I am back. I am being a very productive boy this day, this week even, I would say. God, this is my second stream this week. Who would have thought? Who would have thought? I have been, I have a bit of a sweat even. I've been cleaning the entire apartment because we're going away this weekend, and my girlfriend's like, wouldn't it be nice if we got home to a clean apartment? And I'm like, I know what this means. I'm gonna have to do it, but fine, whatever. I can do it. I'm. It's not like I'm doing anything else, because what I have been doing instead is starting entirely over with my game. I hate myself. I really, really do. I've started a completely new project with one advantage. I know what I need to do. I know what I where I went wrong, and what I can reuse from the old game. So it's not a complete redo. The only positive from this is that I don't know how, but I finally found the actual documents. They were not the easiest ones to find, I have to say. So I'm following this entire, and it's a good tutorial. It's a good document, the walkthrough. I'm just following, and it's like, create a script name, blah, blah, blah. In the project tab, go to assets, scripts, right click, then select create script, C# script. It's like for dummies. So it took me a while. My ADHD brain is like, everything is important. But then my ADHD brain also goes, nothing is important at the same time. So sometimes I'm like, I'm reading one, select the player prefab in assets, prefabs. Two, in the inspect. I'm walking through everything. But I finally came to the synthesis of this with just reading these. I don't need the 1, 2, 3 steps here, okay? Okay? However, of course, I'm gonna run into some stupid fucking error. I'm not there. I am here. So I'm using the latest Unity version, the beta, because I like to punish myself, but also because it has this new feature, which is kind of awesome. So you have a multiplayer play mode where you can tag different players with different tags, and that means you can automate when they so you get the tag, and then you say if the tag contains server, you start your server, contains host, you start a host, and blah blah blah. So you can tag these, and when I press play after it's given a few minutes. Come on. Reloading them. Why are you so slow? There we go. Okay. It opens a window. One window per checked. And here you go. So you have a completely different. So you have two players, player 1 and player 2. And it just works. That's awesome. However, it doesn't just work. I don't know why, but I did get an error earlier in the beginning. First of all, they didn't want to. First of all, they didn't want to write to the folder. So I'm like, okay, that's strange. Never happened before. So I go into the folder and I try to remove it. It doesn't work. I restart the game engine. It works. Okay, that's weird. That's like 30 minutes of my life I'm never getting back. Whatever. Then I get a second error. And it's that the network manager, when I start both the players, the secondary player, the client one is the error I'm getting is that it won't sync. They won't connect because of some difference in the connection. So I'm like, whatever. I'm gonna check all these boxes: connection approval, because that's something in the error came up about that. But I checked the tutorial here, and if I go here, connection approval is not ticked. So I'm like, okay, I'm gonna test it to see what happens. Maybe there's an update that they haven't had time to update the tutorial yet. Nothing. And I Google, I find nothing. I am on the bleeding edge here. I am finding nothing. After an hour, maybe not half an hour, but let's say an hour, I do the old Norwegian restart. Nah, that's not true. Norwegian restart is to restart the entire computer. I restarted the game engine. I restarted Unity. And lo and behold, again, it just worked. So now, finally, it works. I am getting the messages I am supposed to be seeing. Kind of, I think. Something feels off here, though. But it's one step closer to where I want to be, and that's a good thing. I'm just gonna see here. So after the client and server spawn, a log displays in the console of the client and server, sending RPC messages to each other. The client kicks off the exchange in its update call for the first time with a counter value of 0. We've seen that 0. It's right here. It then makes an RPC call to the server with the next value. The server receives this and calls the client. The console displays the following for the server and client respectively. But I'm not getting number 1 here. I'm getting number 2. Only the client owning the network object owning the RPC test script, in my case, that's the player prefab, will send RPCs on the server, but they will all receive RPCs from the server. This means that if you test with multiple clients, the consoles will log RPCs received once per network object per iteration on the server and all clients. So what if I do this and I change it to client? What happens then? If I'm getting a 3 here, I don't think it's an error. I think I've understood the reasoning or the code. Still getting 2, but I'm not having all 3 windows yet. Oh. Why? Let's collapse. Of course not going to collapse. Why did this? Okay, so we're still having some issues. I thought I was done, but apparently I'm not. Disconnect from server. Why? Oh, that's okay. Never mind. But yeah, I'm starting over because the issue I had, if I show you guys let me go to the video actually. Okay, so the issue I had, we can mute this. Here, okay, no. Can I? So here, the issue I had is this graph only picked up one of the players. And it's always the client, never the server. So I don't know if it's because of an error in my code or an error in how I checked the game, because I'm sending from the same server, but I don't think so because my code doesn't contain it. So I was getting an error. Both players were seeing the same graph, which shouldn't happen at all, ever. So that's why I'm starting over. Just to make sure that I'm doing the right things to start the game. Because if the foundation is all off, I can just fold it. I can spend years debugging the same issues over and over and over and over and over again. And if I change the foundation in the future, then later on, of course it's the same thing. If I change the foundation in the future, then who knows what kind of game-breaking errors I'm going to get. So it's better to start over this early on. And that's partially why I'm doing this in the bare bones from the beginning. I'm going to do this the right way. And this is the right way sometimes. Sometimes you just have to start over. Okay, I'm rambling. Get me out of this. Get me out of here. I am going away this weekend. And I thought, you know what sees a lot of traction on the channel? You know what really makes people find your channel? What makes people watch your channel? You'll never guess. You'll never guess why I have spikes here. Smaller spikes here, but still spikes. And then just flat. You'll never guess. You can never guess it. Videos. So, today, we are doing videos. God damn, we are. But I am... Okay, this is actually doing numbers. These are doing numbers. That's interesting. But I don't like shorts. I do not like shorts. I'm okay with these numbers. That's fine with me. That's perfectly fine with me. And this video, modern art is a scam. That's been taking off lately for some reason. And I have no idea. Why has it been taking off here? What's the source? Why I hate AI art. Okay, the video itself has had 30% from content suggestion come from that. Okay. They paid how much? Matt Walsh reviews modern art. Interesting. Matt Walsh. Suggested browser features actually 69%. Nice. That's the sex number. It's very interesting. I have no unearthly. I have no earthly idea why all of a sudden this video is just popping off. But that's the beauty of YouTube. Sometimes it just pops off, and that's fine. That's good even. But anyway, I thought it's a good thing. It's let's make sure we have more videos that can pop off. That's how you grow a channel. And I have been stuck on sub 100 for way too long now. Way too long. I'm just gonna find. I thought I'd prepared. You can see here I have prepared so much. You can see all of this. So much prepared. But one thing I missed. Shit. Okay, maybe two things. Charlie Kirk. That's who I'm. That's who I'm looking for. Because he had a dumb take on some good shiz. Hey, Bahia Alamar. I completely butchered that name, and I'm going to continue to butcher it. Nice to see you. First time in chat, right? Charlie Kirk, the man, the myth, the pooper, said this on Twitter. And I just thought, what an interesting thing to say. Trump arraigned, Marxist wins mayoral race in Chicago, and Democrats flip Supreme Court in Wisconsin. Can you imagine a year ago, someone said, hold up, in a very short span of time, there's going to be major fucking wins for the left, for Democrats, for non-fascists, for anti-fascism. There's going to be I would have punched them in the mouth for simply suggesting such a thing. Like, it is actually heartening to read fascists acknowledging that they are slipping. Now, I won't claim this is fascism losing. Not yet, at least. But it is a good sign. It is, I don't want to say the last, like, okay. Imagine drowning and you come up from the surface. This is the first gulp of air that you get after nearly drowning. That is what we're experiencing right now. It doesn't mean we're out of the water. It doesn't mean the storm is over. It doesn't mean we have a lifeline to grab onto yet. But it is the first gulp of air to breathe after nearly drowning. And on that note, I thought, why don't we read into a little bit about the Chicago mayoral race? Remember, Chicago, they had a Chicago mayor, what is it, Lightfoot? Lori Lightfoot, who was recently stepped down as mayor after one term, right? 2015 to May 2018. What? Chicago Police Board, sorry. Did she career assistant U.S. attorney? 2019 mayoral campaign. Yeah, one term. Or even one term? Yeah, one term it is. 4 years. She was in office and then gone because she did a horrible job, which might not have been entirely her fault. We had the same reason why Donald Trump losing might not have been entirely his fault. Like, there was a pandemic. People were hurting. The same goes for the mayor. And if you're a new mayor that just comes in, like Trump, with a new president, your first term, you're hit with a fucking pandemic. That's going to hurt you. That's going to hurt you long term. Anyway, let's read on this and see what they say. Election had Pitt Johnson, who previously supported defund the police, awesome, against the centrist Paul Vallas, who was endorsed by the police union. Progressive candidate and Cook County Board Commissioner Brandon Johnson, go Brandon, won the election for Chicago mayor on Tuesday evening after pulling ahead of his opponent Paul Vallas in the evening. That's bad writing. Tuesday evening after pulling ahead of his opponent Paul Vallas in the evening. Okay. At 10 p.m., with 91% of the votes in, Johnson led at 51.4% to Vallas 48.6%. That all amount to almost 16,000 votes. 16,000 votes. That's nothing in Chicago. How large is Chicago? Chicago population. 2.7 million people. And just 16,000 votes swung that election. The election had pit two Democrats from the furthest ends of their party's spectrum against each other. Public safety has been the number one issue, and Democrats across the country were watching to see if Johnson, a progressive who has previously supported the defund the police movement, could defeat Vallas, who nabbed the endorsement of Chicago Police Union and once described himself as a Republican. At Vallas' campaign party in downtown Chicago on Tuesday evening, the once buoyant party had deflated as the results rolled in. Around 8 p.m., a bagpipe band loudly rehearsing in the hotel banquet hall was interrupted by Alderman Brian Hopkins, who said the mood in the room was so grim that the group should pack it up and go home. Well, they were probably playing for a funeral. What do you mean pack it up? They were the exact place they should be. Johnson and Vallas had gone head-to-head after crowded mayoral primary in February. In that race, incumbent Mayor Lori Lightfoot won voters in Chicago's majority black wards on the south and west side communities, while Congressman Jesus Chuy Garcia won Latino voters on the west side. Those votes were up for grabs on Tuesday. Despite high rates of early voting, election day turnout was reportedly sleepy. Even so, young voters seem to have outpaced previous election records, possibly spurring the boost for Johnson. Earlier in the day, voters lined up in the sprawling 19th ward, where about 65% of 19th residents are white and 25% black, making one of the more racially diverse, diverse areas of a very segregated city. Okay, fair enough. Race and personal identity played a role for some voters at the ballot box. I just felt like Vallas was prejudiced, said Polity Trailer, who cast her vote in the Beverly neighborhood in the ward. I really don't think he cares for black people. I think he's more of a Republican, and I'm not a Republican. That's not a race vote. That's not voting for the race. That's voting against someone who's against you. Why are they race and personal identity play a role? Race and personal identity. Yeah, against someone who will crack down on you. That's more a personal safety vote. As a black woman and one of 9 children, Traylor said she one of 9 children. Traylor also says she also identified with Johnson's upbringing. The son of a black pastor, Johnson often cited his position as a middle child of 10 children as a key to his negotiating skills. This is interesting. As a Swede, my grandfather, he had a lot of siblings. I believe there are 9. He had 8 siblings, I believe. And that's on my father's side only. But interestingly enough, I don't know anyone apart from immigrants, and I mean first generation immigrants, who have more than 3 kids, perhaps, maybe, if you're unlucky, I guess. Like, nobody in my generation that I know of have this many siblings. Nobody in my parents' generation had this many siblings. But in America, of course there's going to be that many children. Of course. Because the odds are 1 or 2 ain't going to do it. One of them is going to get killed and the other one is going to live be destitute. But with 10 kids, at least one of them can make it. In his hometown neighborhood of Austin on the west side, voters touted Johnson's message on mental health and education. Emily Lucas, an Austin resident, pointed to Vala's tenure as Chicago Public School CEO as a turnoff and appreciated that Johnson was a local. It would be nice to have a mayor who lived down the street, said Emily Lucas, an Austin resident. One advantage, he's a hometown guy. What? You have 32 siblings? And you're not joking? Can you even name all of them? Like, I'd struggle keeping their names straight. Where do you live? Africa? Asia? South America? Like, I can understand there being locations where 10 children won't be enough to assure that one of them makes it. But 33 children? Or did your father, like, get around? You live in Saudi Arabia. Of course you do. Of course. 30. Okay, and when I say your father gets around, yeah, of course he does. How many? That's the next question I have to ask. Because obviously, I'm assuming, since you haven't said it. Okay, this is more interesting. This is much more interesting now. Since you haven't said anything, how many? How hard is it for you to hide not being Muslim? I'm assuming, or are you Muslim and just very progressive? Do you have to hide your? I have so many questions. This is so interesting. Why? What made you come to my channel? I have so many questions. And are you part of the royal family? Because I actually have an acquaintance, an old acquaintance, a former acquaintance. We don't keep in touch. But I have an acquaintance who is used to be part of the royal family, who fled to Sweden because he was no longer a believer and was openly no longer a believer. Okay, I'm not Muslim. It's hard to. Okay, yeah, I can imagine. Okay. Yeah, that's Yeah, my acquaintance, he tattooed. Let's see, if maybe uh he has this. Oh, awesome. Well, thank you. He has this tattooed on his forearm. And when I saw that, and he told me he's from Saudi Arabia. I'm like, but you can never go back. He's like, what do you mean? Well, first of all, I'm guessing tattoos in general are at least frowned upon, if not severely punished. But I'm like, that's an atheist A. They're gonna know you're an atheist the moment you like. They know. He's like, you knew that? He has never. People have asked him. He always has to explain it. But I'm like, no. I recognize that. But he's, and I at that moment I realized what kind of a person he was. He was in a moment, and I told this to him. I'm like, okay, so you thought a good idea. No, I can't. I don't want to dox him. I don't want to out him at all. He because if the royal family knew where he was, there might be threats, and I don't want to expose that. I can tell you his first name, Muhammad. I don't think that's an easy one to track, though. At least that's the name. I think that's in it. Never mind. But yeah, I don't want to dox him, so I won't disclose his full name. I don't even. Maybe it's possible. I can't rule it out. Maybe you're a spy. I can't rule it out. Okay, so I won't disclose his name, even if I thought it's very unlikely for the royal family to watch my channel, or the religious police to watch my channel. But yeah, 32 siblings. Can you keep them all? Can you remember their names? Have you lived together, all of you? Or like, is it an entire compound? He has one family there, one family here, and this one family there. And it's okay. Well, this segment became very interesting. Okay. Yeah, exactly. That's like, I can call him Muhammad and nobody know who he is, because like half of all Muslims are called Muhammad. You can throw a stone in a Muslim country and you'll hit 3 Muhammads on accident. One stone, 3 Muhammads. That's a bad. That's a bad joke. I shouldn't say throwing stones in a Muslim. That was unintentional. That was completely unintentional. But yeah, okay. I'm sorry. Very interesting. You have 32 siblings. Of course, awesome. Good job. Your father is very virile. God, I'm gonna get out of here. I just noticed one thing the other day on Twitter. And it's this. You have the check mark, and then you have the Daily Wire, which is an interesting thing. And then you go, okay, who else has this? Matt Walsh. Do you have that? Matt Walsh does not use that. Interesting. Ben Shapiro. You're the face of the Daily Wire. Oh no, you do not have that. Brett Cooper, the lowest rung on the Daily Wire, she uses that, because otherwise nobody outside of the Daily Wire would know who she is. But I wonder how much it costs for them to have this. Is this the 11,000 a month thing? Wasn't there Twitter to business? Yeah. $1,000 a month to retain verified check marks. I wonder if that gives them the ability to have these types of things. Maybe it's a possibility. If so, I can actually see, had the entire previous system been in place, I can actually see this being like a value added. Like if you pay a certain amount, $1,000. I think that's too much though, but a month, you can choose to brand people. People can associate with you with your own check mark. I thought that could have been a nice thing, actually, had the entire previous system been in place still. But no, alas, he is destined to run the company into the gutter. I just saw this. I'm just running through some things here. Right-wing provocateur Ethan Schmidt was armed at the Arizona Capitol to protest real President Trump's arrangement. Schmidt also called for abolishing the 19th Amendment, which protects women's right to vote. Interesting.
What's up, Ethan Schmidt here?
It's all the way there. It's all the way there.
The Arizona Capitol rallied for the Republic. What's up, Ethan Schmidt here? At the Arizona Capitol rallied for the Republic. Biden's a fake president, guys. Trump is our real president. Political persecution. They're just gonna drag this out for another year. They're just gonna drag it out for press. So, our country's destroyed. We don't have a country more.
He's so eloquent. He's so well spoken. He can really prosecuting and such and comes immediately,
Republic died in 2020, honestly, when everybody gave up their freedoms for temporary safety in the name of
I can't take it.
COVID. Everybody wore the mask, so we don't deserve freedom anymore.
So
So it's pretty sad. But,
every third word of his contains either so or every third word.
First Amendment, Second Amendment. We're out here.
Who's we? I'm just seeing you and perhaps the cameraman.
Abolish the 19th too.
Yeah.
But New Founding Fathers, Anti-Maskers Club, Ethan Schmidt.
Wait, New Phony Fathers? Did he say that, or founding?
Founding Fathers, 19th too. But New Founding Fathers, Anti-Maskers Club, Ethan Schmidt. Keep Arizona great.
Oh yeah, full groomer. You can see the groomer in the mustache. Like that's a thick one. That's, oh boy. But outside, like the protesters in Arizona, trans protesters. By the way, Bahia. I will never get that name. BA. I'm gonna call it BA. How have Eden, the trans woman who killed herself, been reported at all in Saudi Arabia, or has it been just silence? That's a very interesting. I haven't thought of that before now. In Tucson, that's So let's just look at these
Story.
protesters
Many of them
who right-wingers
told me
called insurrectionists. I don't see a single weapon anywhere. Here, we're going to see. These people were called insurrectionists because they entered the state house. Period. They didn't violate any person's safety. They didn't violate any building. They didn't destroy anything. They simply chanted. And they were called insurrectionists because Republicans are just trying to weaponize everything these days. They see the left have a new word and they're gonna have to use it. Groomer had a good definition previously. Right-wingers got tired of being called groomers because, hey, they do most of the grooming. They groom children into being molested. And the right-wingers were tired of that, so they co-opted the word to just mean anyone who talks about sexuality with children. Period. They never create right-wingers. They always destroy everything. The government did not issue any statement. Saudi society is divided into a majority that mocks her death and a minority that defends her. I'm guessing the minority who defends her is a very silent minority. But I'm guessing the government did not issue any statement. So you don't have any newspaper who reports on stuff like that, I'm guessing. So it's all from international news. Because compared to China or North Korea or Russia even these days, Saudi Arabia still has a lot of international connections. Like you can still access international sources, right? So I'm guessing most people have learned it from there rather than your local news. But yeah, I just found it very interesting how someone claiming to be... No, where is it? There it is. Claiming just to be a protester carries a fucking gun like that and can't speak for shit, apparently. Trump supporter, this was 21 minutes ago, interesting. Trump supporter Ethan was kicked out of a Target last year for threatening to hunt LGBT supporters. If you're able to support us in monitoring the right way, okay, yeah. Interesting. Scary, but that's the reality. That's why Charlie Kirk is afraid of the left-wing victories. The 3 left-wing victories, or left-wing might be too much, but non-fascist victories in the past 24 hours. Wisconsin. Supreme Court. Wisconsin going to the Democrats. Janet. Sorry about that. Nope, I'm good. Janet Potasevich, 55.5%. That's a 10-point lead. Okay. Fair enough. I that makes a lot of sense, actually, when I think about it. But since I've never been to Saudi Arabia, the closest I've been is Egypt. But since I've never been to Saudi Arabia, you don't know exactly how things work in the countries like that. Then, but yeah, so this will help protect the U.S. from the next fascist, because Wisconsin is heavily gerrymandered. And I believe, is there a Wisconsin? Why we can do that? Someone else can explain it better. Why important to win? Is a victory for abortion rights backers. Okay, yeah, it's for states' right, but I believe it had something to do with national elections as well. No, okay. Anyway, it's good. It's good. I more progress is needed. Speaking of oppressive governments, of course, Russia. I love this. Russia loves chess. Russia is obsessed with chess. For obvious reasons, they've been the greatest nation during the Soviet Union. They conquer. They rule the world in chess until was it one American who just beat them over the head time and time again. Like there was until but they have had more grandmasters, I believe, than any other nation on earth. So of course they have this talk show where
Николай, вы в Крыму-то
they have
когда
these
были?
clocks,
Я там был
and when they
16
want to
марта.
speak, they have to press the clock. like a chess clock. It's so cute. We give them equal time. That's that. I mean, I can't complain about that. I can't say anything there. It's just very cute. Very, very cute. I like it. But I thought something interesting here was being said. Nikolai, when were you in Crimea? I was there on the 16th of March for the referendum. And this is Crimea 2014 referendum. March 16th, 2014.
Николай, вы в Крыму-то когда были?
Я там был 16 марта на референдуме.
Well, pardon me, but I was in Crimea from the 21st of February, 6 days before the Russia
А я был в
invaded.
Крыму с 21 февраля. И вы знаете, то, что вы мне рассказываете, ну вот просто абсолютная чушь. Далее, я не увидел, к сожалению...
I didn't see... I can actually lower this. Furthermore, I didn't see any support
Никакой
from any
поддержки
organ of
органов
government
государственной
power.
власти в Симферополе, где я конкретно
Simferopol,
находился.
where I was located, I didn't see this support.
Не
It
было.
wasn't there.
Депутатов
The
собирали
Crimean deputies
ополченцы.
were rounded up by our
чтобы
military in order to corral them into the hall and make them vote for the decision to secede
Этих в зал,
from
чтобы они приняли.
Ukraine.
Чего уж там говорить-то.
Yes, I was proud to command these militias.
Да, я был одним из командиров этих ополченцев.
Duh.
Я это все видел
I
изнутри
saw all
собственными
this from the
глазами.
front line. I saw all this from the inside with my own eyes. Russia just admits to doing war crimes. Russia just admits to forcing people to vote a certain way. Western lefties, the cowards, will all, not all of course, but will deny this. We have this, the voice of video. Oh, let me do it over. Let me do this all over again then.
Николай, вы в Крыму-то...
Damn, that's loud on your part. Okay. Sorry about that. Nikolai, when were you in Crimea? I was there on the 16th of March for the referendum. And as I showed earlier, before the Crimea 2014 referendum was on March 16th. Well, pardon me, but I was in Crimea from the 21st of February, 6 days before the Russia invaded. And you know what you're telling me is absolute bullshit. Furthermore, unfortunately, I didn't see any support from any organ of government power. In Simferopol, where I was located, I didn't see this support. It wasn't there. The Crimean deputies were rounded up by our militaries. By our militias, in order to corral them into the hall and make them vote for the decision to secede from Ukraine. Yes, I was proud to command these militias. Duh. I saw all of this from the inside with my own eyes. So Russians, like I said, they love to admit things to make themselves look strong, but also just, yeah, we committed war crimes, so what? I liked it, I did it. And of course, I didn't show you the videos. I'm not going to do it over. I can splice this together. Whatever. It's fine. It's fine. I show you that video just to, because the gray zone, which is the video, which is the organization from which we are gonna look at the next video on, have defended Russia from day one. Crimea. Let's see if we can find. I want to see here. Do I need to? Crimea referendum. It's all from 2022. Damn, it's all from 2022. Okay, let's see here. I know they have. Because I've heard Aaron Mate and people. Okay, here's more. How Cold War hungry neocon stage managed RT anchor Liz Wall's resignation. What? Okay, whatever. You're gonna have to trust me, okay? And the point I'm making here is this video, I haven't watched it, but I know this video is absolute bullcrap. One, it's from the gray zone, so of course it's bullcrap. Two, it's from inside a Russian youth camp condemned by the ICC. But they are going to defend it as just a music camp.
On March 17th, the International Criminal
Court issued an arrest warrant for Russian President Vladimir Putin.
We saw this extraordinary move by the International Criminal Court today to issue an arrest warrant.
The International Criminal Court in The Hague has issued an arrest warrant for Russian President Vladimir Putin.
The basis of the arrest warrant is not alleged crimes or atrocities that have been committed by Russian forces on the battlefield, but instead the alleged deportation and movement of Ukrainian children. The ICC's arrest warrant was based on...
the reason for that, I'm suspecting, is that no US president has done something like that. No Western leader have done something like that. No living, at least. So they found something where they can't be told, oh, but you're not going after Bush Jr. for doing the same thing. They can't do that because he didn't. Which is a coward move, by the way. A complete coward move. But I understand it.
supposedly corroborated by a recent report done by Yale University's Humanitarian Research Lab, a lab funded by the U.S. State Department's Bureau of Conflict and Stabilization Operations, which was set up by the U.S. last year to assist in the prosecution of Russian officials. The Yale report alleged that Russia's federal...
By the way, the gray zone, anything from the U.S. State Department is pure propaganda. Anything from Russia's State Department might be true. It could be true. It's probably true. That's how they treat it.
The government is operating a large-scale, systematic network of camps and other facilities that has held at least 6,000 children from Ukraine within Russia-occupied Crimea and mainland Russia during the past year. The quote investigation was widely reported on by the mainstream press.
Moscow is conducting an extensive campaign to take Ukrainian children to Russia.
Russia is reportedly taking Ukrainian children, thousands of them.
Russia has been holding thousands of Ukrainian children.
A new report out this week captures the scale of Russia's system of supervising Ukrainian children uprooted during this war.
Actions, according to the report's authors, that constitute war crimes under international law.
Well, it's certainly evil.
I mean, this is truly sickening. I mean, this is sick.
Nathaniel Raymond, the executive director of the Yale Humanitarian Research Lab, did his press rounds when the report was published and made some very serious pronouncements, comparing this movement of children out of war zones to schools and camps, to massacres and the Holocaust.
We're basically talking about thousands of children that are in a hostage situation. I have been a war crimes investigator for 24 years. I've worked on everything from torture to large-scale massacres. This has been one of the hardest reports I've worked on because I'm watching a disaster that is a human rights emergency that's going to radiate for decades for these children. We are basically dealing with the largest network of children's camps seen in the 21st century.
These bold claims.
Well, thank you for showing the correct opinion. Like, yeah. Hey, Blaze, welcome back. Blaze, read back the comments and just marvel. Where was I? This is kind of a just standard liberal take. You know, it's bad to abduct children from their home country, away from their parents. Kind of what Trump did when I think about it, Trump separated children from their parents at the border. And now children are in the US without being able to know, without the parents knowing where they are, without parents being able to contact the children, despite the parents not having done any crimes. It's kind of bad. It's kind of bad. And now Russia's doing the same. So I'm going to take back the thing I said earlier. Trump should also be indicted. However, or in prison. But he is being charged, so I mean, we're getting there. And there's a critical difference. Trump did it within his own country. Russia went into another country and extracted the children. That's why the international court is involved.
Which led to an international criminal court arrest warrant, were based on, according to the Yale lab, quote, open source research, where 0 interviews with actual victims were conducted, and the researchers didn't even attempt to see any of the camps in person.
Does Greystone think Russia would allow an American researcher to just walk in without being a stooge of Russia? Like a State Department funded researcher is not going to get access to Russian areas at all at the moment. And anyone who does get access is going to get access to the same type of propaganda as North Korean tourists get. Like it's going to be staged, is what I'm saying. It's not going to be. You're not going to see the kids in the cages. That's not going to happen.
In order to translate and analyze their intelligence, according to the report, they used Google. They also admit deep within their report that, quote, many children taken to camps are sent with the consent of their parents and for an agreed duration of days.
Many children taken to camps are sent with the consent of their parents for an agreed duration of days or weeks and return to the parents as originally scheduled. Hold up. Find more report? No, I want the... okay. Yale School of Public Health, Ukrainian children report. I can't write for shit today. Is this it? It's not my internet. It's theirs. Okay, I'm gonna see if I can find this while we watch this.
And return to their parents as originally scheduled. But besides getting contradicted by their own report, they are also contradicted by evidence from the ground in Russia. The Yale researchers and the International Criminal Court are probably under the impression that no...
Okay, I found it. Taken to camps. Here we go. Introduction. Let's just read the first page here. Russia's federal government is operating a large-scale systemic network of camps and other facilities that has held at least 6,000 children from Ukraine within Russia-occupied Crimea and mainland Russia during the past year. The roles played by 43 facilities have been identified and their locations have been subsequently verified at the time of this report. These findings are based on a conservative reading of data confirmed to date and released due to the concerning nature of the trends identified. Additional data analyzed by Jail HRL suggests that the total number of facilities and children being held are likely significantly higher than can be reported at this time. Further investigation is ongoing. These facilities appear to... So this is a report that say, hey, we think we have something here. This needs to be reported further, which is why they're releasing it, but why also they haven't had more ability to collect data. Like, this is just a first initial report on a disturbing trend they're seeing. The trend might be false, but they're seeing a trend and they're telling people we need to investigate this further. These facilities appear to serve a range of purposes, including what Jail HRL terms re-education, an effort to ostensibly make children more pro-Russian in their personal and political views. Some installations are in Siberia and along Russia's far eastern Pacific coast. 4 categories of children appear in the system. Children who have parents or clear familial guardianship, children deemed to be orphans by Russia, children who were under the care of Ukrainian state institutions prior to the February 2022 invasion, often due to severe physical or mental disabilities, and children whose custody is unclear or uncertain due to wartime circumstances caused by the February 2022 full-scale invasion of Ukraine by Russia. So these children are the only ones with parents, right? Yeah, these children, there's 1 out of 4 categories who had parents, check. Children with clear guardianships status predating the February 2022 invasion of Ukraine by Russia appear primarily targeted for re-education camp. Oh, children with clear guardianship. Okay, so this is the primary target of these institutions and similar facilities. Both those purported to be orphans and those who were residents of state institutions appear mostly targeted for deportation to Russia's territory for adaptation and or placement in foster care. both those purported to be orphans and those who were residents of state institutions. So they're just deporting people who don't have a clear familial relations within the Ukrainian prior to 2014 borders. Many children taken to camps are sent with the consent of their parents for an agreed duration of up to 2. So many. What did they say here?
Arrest warrant. In order to translate and analyze their intelligence, according to the report, they used Google. They also admit deep within their report that...
Deep within their report. We're on page 4. Deep within their report. Page 4. Soviet style. Yeah, exactly. This is Soviet style. For those who don't know, by the way, this is more Soviet than you might think. Crimea, Tatar, Soviet. Was it the Soviet or was it the earlier Russian? Deportation of Crimean Tatars, Soviet. Yep. So Crimea used to be filled with Tatars, which is an indigenous ethnicity, I believe, in Crimea, or used to be. But as you can see, it's very different these days. And they displace the Tatars and they move in Russians. And then later down the road, they have that as a reasoning to invade. Oh, because there's so many Russians. Why are there so many Russians? Because we displaced the previous settlers. Sorry. Many children taken to the camps are sent with the consent of their parents for an agreed duration of days or weeks and returned to their parents as originally scheduled. Other children have been held for months. Interesting that he doesn't include that at these camps, including hundreds of children whose status is unknown. At the time of this report, it is unclear if they have been returned to their families. This report has identified 2 camps where children's scheduled return date has been delayed by weeks. So the Russians go to these parents and they say, "Don't you want your kids to have a nice summer vacation? You can't afford it, but we can supply it for you." And they can go here and they can learn some language and they can learn some musical instruments, and they'll have kids to play with all day long, you know. It's just got to be a few weeks, a month tops. Why not? And they probably go there with some police escort. You know, it's hard to say no. So the kids are moved away, and then they are postponed from getting out of there. Weeks turn to months, months turn to years. This report identified 2 camps where children's scheduled return dates has been delayed by weeks. At 2 other camps identified, children's return dates have been indefinitely postponed. The separation of children from their parents for indefinite periods documented in this report, even if initial consent for their temporary relocation during an armed conflict was originally obtained, can constitute a violation of the Convention of the Rights of the Child. Of course. Some of the alleged actions of Russia's federal government and its proxies detailed in this report, such as unnecessarily expediting the adoption and fostering of children from Ukraine during the current emergency, could constitute a potential war crime and crime against humanity in some cases. This report is the result of an investigation by the jail school, blah, 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 blah. So page 4 is apparently
analyze their intelligence, according to the report. They used Google. They also admit deep within their report that, quote, many children taken to camp...
I want to see if many children taken to the camp. So let's just see if they repeat that somewhere. No, they don't repeat it anywhere. Like, it could have been down here. Like here. Okay, that's page 10 out of... okay, or maybe like page 20, maybe. They repeat it, and he just missed the first one. But no. This is the first one. That's So we have the front page. We have the second page, which is just skipping. We have the third page, which is the table of content. And then we have the introduction, which is deep within the document. Now we see what kind of people we have to deal with here, okay?
Are sent with the consent of their parents and for an agreed duration of days or weeks and returned to their parents as originally scheduled.
And remember, not maybe returned, but indefinitely postponed the return dates. Remember that.
Besides getting contradicted by their own report, they are also contradicted by evidence from the ground in Russia. The Yale researchers and the International Criminal Court are probably under the impression that no Western journalist has been to these so-called re-education camps.
You're not a
but
journalist.
That assumption would be wrong. I visited one of these camps.
And they're still correct.
4 months ago, unaware that it would be so important to future war propaganda. In November, I was on assignment for Rebel News in Moscow. Mostly
Rebel News. Where have I heard that before? Rebel News. Isn't that the Canadian right-wing propagandist? Who is Bilbo Chris? That's... Oh, yeah. That's him. Lauren Southern? Wasn't she a Rebel News? Rebel Media. But they are Rebel News. Okay, it's the same org, different names. So yeah, that's a right wing news outlet.
I was doing streeters, seeing what regular Russian people thought about the war. But after meeting someone whose wife was pretty important on the Russian music scene, and after introducing myself, I was invited to an old Soviet-era hotel in Pokrovsky. It turns out it was one of these so-called camps or schools that prompted allegations of kidnapping, abduction, re-education, and eventually an ICC arrest.
What? Okay, I want to see what this sign says. Can I just translate it like this? I should be, right? Like that's a thing we have the ability to do these days. I need the camera, I believe. More. How do I translate? I should be able to translate with my phone. Let me Google real quick. Translate text with phone. Or with photo, actually, with image. Translate text in image. Okay, whatever. Can I go to translate? Images. Okay. What if I do this? No. Okay, you guys are gonna look at me for just a few seconds. Just a few seconds. Swedish. No. Not Swedish. And we want English. International payphone. Oh my god. Oh, and there are cute pictures. With a cloud and a bear, Sue Bear. Bonjour, Vortex. Welcome. First time chatter, I believe. Pavilion mushrooms. And there's a mushroom there. Okay, so it's just here are things to do in this location. Welcome to the chat. I appreciate
Funded
you.
by the Russian government, this hotel was turned into a makeshift sleepaway camp for children from Donetsk and Lugansk who were interested in the musical arts and whose parents wanted them away from the front lines. They called it the Donbass Express. I was able to...
The Donbass Express. The Donbass Express. It was a gate of good? Okay. Whack of YouTube to give you some algorithmic attention. Yeah, it's really whack, actually. I don't know why, but apparently.
To look around and speak to children and teachers. The children stayed in the hotel, and the teachers slept in cottages that surrounded the property. Peter Lundström is a professional violinist and a teacher at the school.
Peter Lundström. Peter Lundström. Sounds like he has some Swedish ancestry, actually. Can we find something more of him? The voice of the violin of Peter Lundström is well known in the combat units of Donbass. Oh, he's part of the people who invaded the Donbass region back in 2014, I guess. Where he regularly comes with concerts. This time, Peter brought with him a popular young rapper and poet, Richard Sameshkov, better known under the pseudonym Rich. An unexpected duet of fighting met with applause. Okay, yeah, he's a fucking invader. Like, okay. Might get some more viewers in a moment if algorithm actually likes you. Anyway, I actually gotta go see. Okay. Oh, hey, if I'm not gonna mind getting more viewers at all. Thank you for stopping by. Come again.
Экспресс. Потому что здесь сейчас,
thanks to support of the state presidential fund, we were able to bring 80 kids from the Donetsk and the Lugansk region. They are talented young musicians. We brought them here for 12 days. They live here and take lessons from outstanding music teachers. They put together concerts, they receive education. Like this is just propaganda puff piecing. That's all it is. That's like they're not gonna show you the horrible aspects of this. They're not gonna show you the dilapidated hotel where they're keeping 100 kids packed in bunk beds, you know? And to be fair, the kids in this place is probably a lot safer and maybe even have better conditions than back home in Crimea. Probably. It's possible. It still doesn't make it a good thing. Of course, many of them were greatly affected by this conflict. Many of them lost houses. By whom? Who made them lose the house? Some of them lost their relatives and friends. In the conflict zone, they in fact cannot continue their professional music studies. In Donetsk, Philharmonic and General Education Institutes are not functioning. No shit. No fucking shit they're not. It's only remote education that's possible for now. Which of course for aspiring musicians is pernicious. But yes, they will have to return. We hope that very soon Donbass will be liberated. And they'll be able to return to entirely normal and safe lives.
For all of its serious flaws and lack of on-the-ground corroboration, Yale's State Department report does get one thing right about the experiences of these children. The children and their families will keep the fact that they were brought to the Donbass Express secret, because coming here to escape the war and safely play piano with other children would be seen by Ukraine as collaborating with the enemy. The report states, quote, many families in Ukraine do not want to publicly share their camp or school experiences because they fear they will be seen by Ukraine as collaborators with Russia. And
yeah. Similarly, the public's limited access to the facilities and the children from Ukraine, we're still on page 7 only, from Ukraine held their results in specific information about conditions and activities in these camps, coming largely from the officials overseeing the systems. Similarly, the public's limited access to these facilities and the children from Ukraine held their results in specific information about conditions and activities in the camps, coming largely from the officials overseeing the systems. Information that casts these activities negatively is unlikely to be reported by these officials. The experiences of children who have either been returned to their families or retrieved from the camps by loved ones. Oh, damn. People have actually done a saving mission, driven into Russia to get their kids. That's balls. Retrieved from the camps by loved ones are sometimes shared publicly by their families, but these cases are understandably rare. Many families in Ukraine do not want to publicly share their experiences because they fear they will be seen as collaborators with Russia. That's interesting, actually, considering these kids come from occupied territory. And according to Russia and the Gray Zone, the occupied territories want Russia to liberate them. Donbass, Luhansk, Crimea, they want to be liberated according to Russia. And yet the families are are cautious about sharing that they have sent their kids willingly into Russian camps. Interesting. Those living under Russian occupation may likewise not report mistreatment due to fear of reprisals from Russia's forces. Certain those living in fear likewise not report. Okay, certain especially sensitive subjects. Certain especially sensitive subjects, such as sexual and gender-based violence, are likely to be routinely unreported because of cultural stigma and the risk of retaliation. All open source materials in Ukraine and Russia were initially translated by Google. Okay. So families in the occupied regions are still not willing to just openly say, hey, we collaborate with Russians, despite being told that they are liberated.
And that fear is justified, Peter explained to me.
So that you understand what is done to children like these in Ukraine. Children who receive any kind of help from Russian people or the Russian state, they would be simply killed. No, they won't. Ostracized, I can believe. Killed, come on. Before February, it was a bit quieter. The conflict was more under control. Philharmonic schools were open. But these kids lived constantly under a series of threats. Series of threats, threat of death. Any day could be bombarded. They could be bombarded. Especially in 2014, 2015, 2016. It was a bit quieter after that. But the threat of their lives was constant. They were under threat of being bombed because Russian forces hid in civilian structures. I'm here on invitation. It's interesting that he has censored this guy, yet all of these kids are not censored. I'm here on invitation, on generous invitation. I never thought I would get to come to Moscow. This is in Moscow. Yeah, of course they're gonna have the good camp in Moscow. I've been helping perform in concerts, which is important for spiritual enrichment and soul purification. This kid has 100% been coached into what to say. Spiritual enrichment and soul purification. This is just propaganda speech. This means nothing. Nothing. And I'm here to develop my musical performing skills. I am from Donetsk, Donetsk People's Republic. Wait, what was that? He looks into the camera. Does he look into the camera? Because I can hear Republike myself. Yeah, and he's like, oh, damn. Oh, damn. Even the kid knows. What's happening there? Shooting just like it was, like it is always. Very recently, although, it feels like shootings diminished. I wonder if, because he's speaking Russian, I wonder if his Russian is bad because he's not allowed to speak Ukrainian anymore. I wonder. It feels like shootings diminished. But nevertheless, shootings has been everywhere in Donetsk People's Republic for a long time. Not in Donetsk. Like, does he have to say the entire name every fucking time? Imagine someone from the US going, "Oh yeah, it's been peaceful in the recent years in the United States of America." Okay, here in the southern states of the United States of America, we have seen an intake in fascism, and that's a good thing in the United States of America. Like, it's propaganda. He has been propagandized that you have to say Donetsk and Luhansk People's Republic, period. You can never just say Donetsk, you can never just say Luhansk, because those are regions in Ukraine. They are not a country. I think that's propaganda. In a similar vein as you're not allowed to say the Ukraine anymore. Because the Ukraine is a region of the Soviet Union. Ukraine is a country. There's a difference there that is important for the Ukrainian people post the invasion. Prior to the invasion, nobody really cared. Because people used to call, it's so ingrained in people's minds that they allowed for people to say the Ukraine. If you're not, as long as you're not like a state official, you could say the Ukraine. That's perfectly fine. Nobody would care. But since the invasion, no more. For a good reason. And I think this is the same. But they're indoctrinating the kids to never just say Donetsk or Luhansk. And the people are not tired, but they seriously want peace. That was a... Ooh. Kids, oh, please, stop. I beg of you. Here we continue our musical studies, despite what has been going on around us, because it gives us relief.
The Yale report accuses these camps of trying to cleanse the Ukrainian identity from the children.
They're doing re-education in the sense of sort of Russian-focused re-education. They're trying to make them into Russians. Is that right?
Yes, which does constitute a potential crime against humanity.
But from my experience, these children all saw themselves as Russian. They spoke Russian. In the past, their families voted to be a part of Russia, and they were happy.
And we saw that earlier from someone. Well, pardon me, but I was in Crimea. This guy is talking. I believe it is. Yeah, it is. from the 21st of February, 6 days before the Russia invaded. And you know what you're telling me is absolute bullshit. Furthermore, unfortunately, I didn't see any support from any organ of government power. In Simferopol, where I was located, I didn't see this support. It wasn't there. The Crimean deputies were rounded up by our militias in order to corral them into the hall and make them vote for the decision to secede from Ukraine. This is a Russian military personnel officer, I believe, maybe, saying this. Yes, I was proud to command these militias. I saw all of this from the inside with my own eyes. And here we are,
happy to be
with the gray zone, spreading lies. Despite Russia admitting it, Russian officials, Russian militia commanders admitting to forcing them to vote the way they voted.
But from my experience, these children all saw themselves as Russian. They spoke Russian. In the past, their families voted to be a part of Russia.
So why are the families afraid to be seen as collaborators? Why are they afraid to be seen as collaborators if they all voted to be part of Russia? You know who voted to be a dictatorship? Germany.
And they were happy to be.
Let's Hitler ballots. Yeah. What is this? The sample voting ballot asking if Austrians support Germans' annexation. On April 10th, 1938, Austrians were asked whether they supported the March 13 Anschluss. 99.75% of voters said that they supported Germans' annexation of Austria into the Third Reich. Yeah, I support the Adolf Hitler's annexation of Austria. Yeah, jawohl. Sie gut. And you have like an SS soldier behind you looking over your shoulder, making sure you cross the middle and not the tiny 9 at the end, in the corner there.
In Moscow.
The kids who are here, they consider themselves Russian, correct?
Correct.
Yesterday they sang songs, and there came into the group. And there came in the group Sveraboy, and they have this song, My Homeland is Coming Back. My Homeland is coming back. My homeland is coming back. And all of these 80 kids were screaming it, simply screaming this song.
But
okay. Right. North Korea proves they crying hard.
We had over.
Here, this is.
The chief mourner, Kim's 28-year-old son, and us young leader will do. Foreign delegations were not invited to the funeral, but state television broadcast the highly choreographed display of grief.
This guy's like, oh my God, oh my God, oh!
Around the nation.
And they're just throwing themselves over to prove how much more they are mourning than everyone else. Like they cannot be impugned from mourning mourning less than everyone else. And yet, the gray zone is just gulping this up like some kind of birthday cake, you know? Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh! They sang songs.
But of course, with accusations of war crimes and kidnapping, all of the camps can't be as great and as friendly as the Donbass Express. Or maybe they can. I actually managed to get the executive director of the Yale Report, Nathaniel Raymond, on the phone. He told me that most of the camps are actually...
Wait, Nathaniel... None of these people have been good people. Oh, wrong one. Nathaniel Raymond. That's an interesting English-sounding name. Nathaniel Raymond is an American human rights investigator. What?
Director of the war crimes and kidnapping. All of the camps can't be as great and as friendly as the Donbass Express. Or maybe they can. I actually managed to get the executive director of the Yale Report, Nathaniel Raymond, on the phone. He told me that most of the camps are actually just like the Donbass Express, contradicting his dozens of media appearances. A large amount of the 40 camps are like the Donbass Express, cultural education. I would say like teddy bears. Like anyone with a war with. I actually managed to get the executive director of the Yale Report, Nathaniel Raymond, on the phone. He told me that most of the camps are actually just like the Donbass Express.
You got him on the phone, but you didn't record. Is that what you're telling me? You got him on the phone, but you didn't press record. That's very interesting. That's very interesting.
Contradicting his dozens of media appearances. A large amount of the 40 camps are like the Donbass Express, cultural education.
A large amount. What about those that aren't then?
I would say like teddy bears. Like anyone with a war waging on their border. Peter understands that everything is political, but he explained that the school is constantly debating whether or not to bring the politics of war into the classroom.
We have ongoing discussions here at the school about this. The kids came from there. They know what the war is like. How much can and should we talk about it? Can we invite poets here to talk about the war? Who talk about the war? To do that is that putting too much pressure on the kids? Is that putting too much pressure? We are constantly thinking about that question. They are here to safely socialize and for the sake of music. They're here for the sake of love and life, of course. But of course, they understand everything. They understand the war and they understand that it's not over. We are not organizing it, the Donbass Express, out of a political reason. We're here not for saying,
I don't know, Russia forever, for example. We're here for help these children. But of course we're Russians. Consensus заключается в том,
we agree that no one can run away from the reality of the war.
Не убежать, и это не нужно делать. Это первое.
That is first.
Мы общаемся с ними.
So we treat them sort of like adults.
Но здесь мы не
we try not to talk about the war.
Такого нет.
We don't come to them and say, oh, we are so sorry you have a war. There is no such thing at all. We all know it's happening, but we don't concentrate attention on it. I never asked them personally, like,
okay, let's speak. Tell me, what do you think about? Because of course I'm here like a violinist. I teach here. I'm doing all this festival program. They know this. Of course, they love our professors. They love our director, who is просто душа компании тут.
They love our director, who's the soul of the Donbass Express. They just adore him. The children here love people whom they see that love them. The program is not for political gains. This is a humanitarian project, 100%.
Peter sees this war as more than just Ukraine and Russia. He understands that the US and Great Britain are heavily involved in the events that led to the destruction of his homeland, Donetsk.
We didn't start it.
His homeland, Donetsk? Hold up. What was his name? Where are we at? 12. There we go. Peter Lundström. That's the name. Peter Lundström. He's a Moscow musician. Interesting. Interesting. Peter Lundström. Dugin was supposed to drive this car, but got into another one. Deep condolences. Who did they want to kill? Her or the wrong car? What was mind? She was returning from the festival. Daria was returning from the Traditstia festival held at the Sakrovov estate, at which her father gave a lecture in an acquaintance of the family, Peter Lundström. According to him, it was originally planned that Alexander Dugin would go in the same car with his daughter, but at the last moment, he decided to leave the estate in another car after his daughter. Dugin was at the scene a few minutes after the explosion, and eyewitnesses pointed out. Interesting. The pianist Alexander... No. That's not Peter... That's Peter. Is that Daria? In Mariupol. They gave a concert to nobody. This is Russian propaganda in action. You know? This is typical. What is it? The pianist Alexander Moskva, professor of Royal College Hall, has taken sides in the conflict by playing street recital in a strategic Ukrainian city that was captured 2 months ago by the Russians. He does so in the presence of Russian propaganda cameras and given an interview to Russian media. There may be consequences. Okay. The violinist Peter Lundström, a Moscow-based pro-Putin propagandist, he likes to visit occupied Ukraine and claims to have raised 2.6 million rubles to purchase equipment for our Russian army. A former Sakra Braun pupil, Lundström dream Sakra Braun pupil. Okay. He says is to buy an anti-drone rifle. The thing is expensive, under $1 million, but absolutely deadly. What? How is this confusing? Pro-Putin, clearly playing with the Russian propagandist on occupied land being advertised in Russian media. For a start, he broke Ukrainian law by entering Ukrainian territory through Ukrainian-controlled borders. So that is definitely not pro-Ukrainian, is it? Let us be rid of him permanently. Why should our money be spent on a Putin supporter? So I can't find where Peter Lundström was born. He and his daughter were guests on the... Oh, okay. So, but it seems like this dude is heavily connected. Like he is 2 degrees of separation away from Putin himself. He is a personal friend of Putin's spiritual and philosophical guide. That is not a nobody. That is not a coincidence that the Gray Zone gets to interview him at all. And
I never asked them personally, like, okay, let's speak. tell me, what do you think about? Because of course I'm here. Like
he never asks the kids. He never asks the kids who come from the occupied regions what they think about the war. I'm guessing he never asks them what they think about Russia either.
Violinist.
You are not just there as a violinist. You're selling yourself so fucking short, and you know it. You fucking know it.
Here, I'm doing all this festival program. They know this. Of course, they love our professors. They love our director, who is просто душа компании. Тут директор, который у нас всем отвечает, они просто его обожают как брата.
They adore him. Sure. The children here love people whom they see that love them. The program is not political gains. The program, which moves children from Ukraine and sometimes on an indefinite basis keeps them in Russia, where they get taught Russian culture. Oh, that's not a political program. That's not political gains. Why would that be political? They just become friendly with the people who occupy them. Why would that be a political gain, huh? That's so strange. How could that be political gains? Being friends with the enemy. Oh, they might have killed their parents in an armed conflict, sure. But at least you're friendly with their kids. And the kids who do not go along, the kids who protest, I'm sure, in no small percentage, probably makes up most of the people held or the kids held indefinitely.
Это гуманитарный проект на 100%.
It's 100% humanitarian project.
Peter sees this war as more than just Ukraine and Russia. He understands that the U.S. and Great Britain are heavily involved in the events that led to the destruction of his homeland, Donetsk.
We didn't start it. We didn't start it. This is
again
the destruction of his homeland, Donetsk.
He claims it's the homeland of Peter, of this guy. I can't find that in the anywhere online. That's what I was actually looking for from the start, but I can't find it anywhere. Is there a wiki, perhaps? One blogger, Peter Lundström, blasted Putin for celebrating City Day, a holiday that honors the founding of Moscow amid the losses in Ukraine. Interesting. You're not being fascist enough.
We didn't start it. We didn't start it. This is
no. If you are from Donetsk, you didn't start it. That's true. Russia did.
To believe this, it's you are proof that you just don't understand what is happening at all. Because from 1991, we're just going back and back and back and back. And for example, the United States is coming around us, and okay, this is so.
Okay. Interesting. He starts off by talking about the Donetsk and Luhansk regions, and then goes back to 1991. What happened in 1991? I might ask. 1991, a Soviet Union. What happened? The dissolution of the Soviet Union. Oh my God. That is so strange. 1991. Oh my God. I wonder. And America moving closer and closer and more encapsulates Russia in. That's right. What is he talking about? Is America invading nations? No, he's talking about NATO. People freely joining, like Finland just did. Like Sweden is wanting to do. Turkey, listen, Sweden wants to join. Fuck you.
Say the truth to yourselves. You want to destroy Russia because it's too big. We have too many resources. We have too независимая, как сказать, independent policy.
Oh, who did he talk to there? I'm guessing there's a translator. But who's the translator? Those people are not nobodies. I'm sure. What was the last? We have too many resources.
Too независимая, как сказать, independent.
Independent policy. The independent policy of invading other nations like Chechnya. Chechnya dissenter. This guy is a fucking hero. This dude has a YouTube channel. He has a blog. He is a Chechnyan dissenter. He fled there after, I don't know exactly when, but he has been attacked in Sweden, where he has been in hiding. He has been attacked by Russian agents. He had a girlfriend. He believed he had a girlfriend. He actually had someone who was selling intel about him to the Russian agents. And we was attacked with a hammer. A removal of Chechen family from Sweden to Russia would expose them to real risk of ill treatment. Yeah. What? 2013? Decided in IV Sweden that the deportation of Chechen family to Russia would give rise. I wonder if our independent news sourced in NA YouTube will cover this. They may be distracted, but they have more time than corporate. You mean this? For some reason? The family lodged a claim for asylum in Sweden in 2007. The family said that both Mr. and Mrs. I, interesting name, I'm guessing it's censored, had been tortured by Chechnyan, and Mr. I was wanted there for on account of having documented in photos the execution of Chechen villagers by Russian federal troops, and on account of this contacts with a journalist who was subsequently killed. According to the applicants, Miss I had been kidnapped by the Russian Federal Security Services, and Mr. I had been arrested by a military guard, detained in a cellar, and forced under torture to provide information about the Chechen rebels. It is like wherever Russia goes, death and destruction just follows. But this dude claims, the US and NATO are surrounding us? How dare they prevent us from invading and looting and marauding and killing and raping and torturing the civilians of other nations? How dare they? And now we can't do that to Finland either. Clown shit.
Policy.
Again, why isn't this kid censored? That's not the same tone or note. Talk about a propaganda puff piece. Like, that's all this was. If they had done a modicum, like the bare minimum of actual research into this Peter Lundström, they would see that he is connected higher. Maybe they did, and they didn't care. because they are deep in the pockets of Russian propaganda. Deep in their pockets. And this just goes to show it. There's nothing to be gained from the gray zone. They claim to be left-wing. They are nothing but fascists. You mentioned earlier that Russia could be charged with war crimes. The Pentagon and our UN connections won't press charges due to backfire. This whole Trump indictment might alter that. So the only way Russia would be, I don't think Russia will be. I don't think many war crimes will be charged against Russian soldiers or generals or Putin himself even. Putin from now on will never travel outside of Russian-friendly territories, period, ever. He will, when he travels, he will travel with the highest of possible security, simply to avoid being assassinated by local rebels, which for some reason always seems to be in areas that are friendly to Russia. For some reason. He will the only way to actually bring the charges of the International Court to Russia is to invade Russia. And that will never happen. Ever. We won't do it. We simply will not do it, because doing so will bring a nuclear war. Without a doubt. If a single Western soldier steps over the line, a single NATO or European Union soldier, I should say, specifically, steps over the line into Russia, Russia will nuke the West. Guaranteed. And that is how we have come to an international agreement on how you're allowed to use nukes. You're not allowed to use nukes in an offensive manner, like Putin wants, because that would set a terrible precedent. That would mean anyone with nukes can just roll into anyone else who doesn't have nukes. Bye-bye to all of the Nordic countries. Bye-bye to Ukraine. Bye-bye to, I believe, the Baltic states. I don't think they have... I don't think any Baltic states have nukes, apart from Russia. Bye-bye to not like all of Africa. Does any African nation have nukes? I don't think so. So it will be a horrible precedent to set. And that is why we're not taking his threats of nukes seriously. And why I don't think he would nuke, even. And I believe that if he would nuke, if he would send the command to nuke, I don't think that would be respected. Because I think everyone in the chain of command, down to the person pressing the buttons or twisting the keys, everyone somewhere down that chain of command, someone is going to go, but then we're going to get nuked. And I'm going to die? I don't want to die. I don't want to nuke. If I don't nuke, I will still live. Probably. Like I'm still going to have to battle the Russian system, but maybe. And I think there's someone quite high up that will do it and hopefully put a bullet in the back of Putin's head to prevent a global nuclear war. Man, that video was better than I expected, actually. When I streamed yesterday, the videos I looked at, they weren't giving me anything. Like I couldn't grasp on. They were so fucking boring. But this had intrigue. This had This had mystery. This had something I could like, what is that? And Google it and just find a treasure trove of wrongs. And I would actually, did I close it? No. This guy, so he claims he had this guy on the phone and he contradicted himself. But he didn't provide the phone call. Why? That is very interesting. That is strange. Does he have a contact, perhaps? Is that him? That is him. Let's see if I can't find inside Russia. There we go. What's his name? Nathaniel Raymond? Raymond.
Родина. И вот все эти дети, 8 человек, ее кричали.
If we...
Просто кричали эту песню. Видите.
But of course, with accusations of war crimes and kidnapping, all of the camps can't be as great and as friendly as the Donbass Express. Or maybe they can. I actually managed to get the executive director of the Yale Report, Nathaniel Raymond, on the phone. He told me that most of the camps are actually just like the Donbass Express, contradicting his dozens of media appearances. A large amount of the 40 camps are like the Donbass Express, cultural education. I would say like teddy bears.
But again, that doesn't contradict his report at all. Where did he go? No. There he is. There he is. That's the guy. I want to tweet at him. Is this true? Did you talk to the gray zone? Did they trick you? Is what he said claims that you said true? Any and all information is welcomed. Thanks. There we go. We'll see if he responds. I want to look at some chuds melting down over not specifically the actual court hearing of Trump, but just the indictment being public. This came out a few days ago, March 31st. That's almost a week ago. It's just a list of from chuds of TikTok, and I've listened to some of them. They're very funny, and of course, some Trump Jr. here. Of course, there's always going to be a black. I listened to this guy. This guy's funny. He's funny. Didn't I listen to him before? Have I listened to this
for 3 hours?
Yeah, I listened to him. Oh damn! I watched this guy. Is it the same video?
Put my phone on silent. I go to the movies, and you guys, you literally indict a former president over something that is provably false.
You know what? Let's do this. TikTok.com/@dasfrankie 2.0. No, dasfrankie 2.0. It's just Let's just see what this guy is all about. Slur of the Union, okay. 2,000 views, 4,000 views, 65K. There we go.
Polls in the United States.
There we go. Am I missing something here? Let's add some other reasons why funding this is a bad idea.
Polls in the United States are suggesting that a growing number of Americans believe that the US is giving too much support to Ukraine. What would your message be on the anniversary to those Americans?
I can tell them only one thing. If they do not change their opinion, if they do not understand us, if they do not support Ukraine, they will lose NATO, they will lose the clout of the United States, they will lose the leadership position that they are enjoying in the world.
Good. Fuck NATO. What am I?
Okay. I mean, you can have that opinion. Fuck the safety of people. I'm sure you can. I mean, I'm too much of a humanitarian to have that opinion. But I mean, if you want to come out as a psycho, that is perfectly within your freedom to do so.
What, am I supposed to be upset that you're fucking saving me money? Yeah, you know what NATO is? NATO is the global press package for the U.S. military-industrial complex, or as other people, tax-paying Americans would like to call it, the bottomless pit known as the back of their wallet. Well, yeah, this dude over here wants to run his mouth about, if they don't change their position, if they don't support Ukraine. You want to know what's fucking ironic? Half of Ukraine don't support fucking Ukraine. Don't believe.
Wait.
Half.
A 2010 presidential election, a contentious election in 2010 saw a pro-Russian candidate
for Ukraine
and former Prime Minister Viktor Yanukovych win the narrow margins over Prime Minister Yulia whatever. Yanukovych won with strong support in the eastern regions, with most regions in the west favoring. Okay, that is not the same as being pro-Russian invasion. Those are very different things.
Don't support fucking you.
Imagine an American president being more in favor of Cuba. Let's say that. Let's take that. They are in favor of Cuba, and a lot of the South votes for them. And then Cuba invades Florida. Is that a just good justification? No, fuck that.
Ukraine. Don't believe me? Let's go read for a sec, huh? What started as protests over the handling of a trade pact with the European Union escalated to the ousting of the pro-Russian president Viktor Yanukovych. A new government has been installed in Kiev, the capital. So in capital...
Oh my God. He's reading technical language and thinks it's a conspiracy. He thinks the U.S. installed a new leader in Ukraine. Oh my God, he's so stupid.
The douchebag over here comes out and says that, I need to support him, when half his own country don't even fucking support him.
Okay, Ukraine polls Zelensky. I'm seeing a lot of green for Zelensky here. A lot of green. I want to see a graph. Give me a graph. Do you approve or disapprove of the action of President of Ukraine, Volodymyr Zelensky? And get away. June 2022, strongly approve is 59% as of June 2022. That's half a year into the invasion. Not even half a year. April 2022, 74% approval. But in May of 2019, yeah, you had a lot of people being unsure. But he has proved himself to be quite a competent wartime president.
He can get fucked. You know where I'd rather see all my tax dollars go? I'll show you. Right there. I'd rather see my tax dollars go right there. But you know what?
This dude thinks you have to choose. This dude thinks that you have to choose. What Zelensky said in the beginning, right here, is if you don't support us now, you're going to have to pay bigger later on. You have to pay more later on when Russia invades a NATO nation. And you might say, okay, fuck NATO. We'll dissolve NATO. Okay, let's assume that Russia has an easy time. He won't have, not after this war. We thought he would prior to this war. Now we might have other thoughts. But let's assume he has an easy time taking over all of Europe. Then what? Then you have Canada. He's going to invade Canada. Okay. Let's assume he has an easy time taking over Canada. And then Mexico. And then what? Oh my God. You're surrounded by Russia all of a sudden. Yeah. This is not a situation you want to be in unless you are a fucking fascist.
I'll show you. Right there.
And this dude votes Republican down the fucking line. Guarantee it. Guarantee this dude has never voted Democrat. Would never vote for Nina fucking Turner. I don't want to watch them. East Palestine. Can I just get the actual...
The administration is Mike DeWine, who actually drunk some of the water, giving people confidence that they can do. I went there and I saw both fear and anger in the eyes of the people. Got a chance to via the GOP side saying, less government, you have the residents of East Palestine.
Never mind. But she absolutely supports. Actually, you know what? I'm not going to say never mind. I'm going to find it because it's right here. I just didn't. I think it's right here, at least. I would be surprised if it's not here. It's not here. Damn it. Fine. Breaking points.
Spoke so eloquently. Let's take a listen to that.
The state administration is not doing enough. I'm not pleased with Governor Mike DeWine, who actually drunk some of the water, giving people confidence that that water is okay, when in fact that EPA didn't do the deepest dive that they can do to deal with the carcinogens that are there, the air, the water. For the neoliberals who say that the residents of that area deserve what they are getting because they voted for President Donald J. Trump, it is abhorrent. This is about poverty. This is about poor, working class, white people who are enduring some of the same things that poor working class black people endure, whether it's Flint, Cleveland, or Jackson, Mississippi. And so I want to lay it out. The cultist behavior in politics right now, it is a sin and a shame that when people are suffering to this magnitude, you got people who will fix their mouths, to quote my grandmother, to say that they are getting what they deserve. What they deserve is clean air, clean food, clean water. They deserve relief, both in the short term and also in the long term.
Perfectly eloquently expressed the leftist opinion. Whether you are a card-carrying KKK member or a card-carrying John Brown shooting club member, you deserve clean water, clean air, clean food. a good life, health, poverty. You do not deserve poverty. Health, prosperity, and liberty. No matter who the fuck you are. But this dude would never vote Nina Turner. Ever.
See my tax dollars go right there. But you know what? You got the EPA saying, oh, we're going to pause this. Well, we don't know if we can fund it. We could send $1 billion to fucking...
Because the Republicans have been defunding the EPA. EPA budget spending. Look at this. Look at this. Okay, it's actually been going up. I'm sorry. It's actually been going up. But this is probably not enough. This is probably very, very low for what they should have. But okay, it's actually been going up.
In Ukraine, a country that can't even support itself. But, we can't support one of our own states. Yeah, that's a great look. It's not beyond me to have compassion for the people of Ukraine, for the people of Russia, for the people that are getting dragged into this. But as far as all three of the governments concerned, they can go fuck themselves. And for the blue-haired individual, maybe blue and yellow-haired individual, that might be triggered by my unsupport of either government, especially my own. If you,
well, what did I say? What did I say? Oh, we should help them, but we shouldn't support the government. The government should just leave corporations and people alone. That's the ticket. That's the way we help people. Oh, I do not want to do that.
Want to run through something with me, okay? So you want to support the Ukrainians, right? By sending them a bunch of the evil assault weapons.
Yes, we do, and I know where you're going with this. I see the Azov. And yes, I do. Giving Nazis weapons to defend non-Nazis against other Nazis who want to kill the non-Nazis of that country. Yeah, I think that's a good thing. I think of all the things a Nazi can do, I think that's a very noble thing of them to do. For sure. Sweden has Nazis in our government. Finland currently has Nazis in their government. Since the last election, they became the second biggest, I want to say third biggest perhaps, party. In Sweden, they're the second biggest party. Now, if Russia were to invade, I would stand shoulder to shoulder with them to force the Russians off our country. We do not sell out a nation just because that nation is having internal struggles. That is a fucking shit of an argument. And yes, we do love Nina Turner on this channel.
To these guys, right? To these guys, because you guys never shut up in this country about neo-Nazis and white supreme pizzas, but you have no...
Oh, you know this guy has an ideology, right? You know this guy's father was a card-carrying KKK member.
Problem, right?
His grandfather has shook hands with the Grand Wizard. You know it.
We can't send money to Ohio.
What? The people who want to send weapons to Ukraine usually wants to send money to Ohio as well. They're not mutually exclusive. You fucking troglodytes.
But we can send it to legit neo.
The issue, the reason why it's weapons is being sent and money is being spent on Ukraine at the moment and not in Ohio, at least not the amount that is necessary, is because the military-industrial complex is happy to have money pouring into them. There is no such industry when it comes to this. That is just, it's just easier to have the military-industrial complex get some money than cleaning up, because nobody makes money on that.
Neo-Nazi groups whose flag is eerily resembles, the swastika / the SS logo, because we stand with Ukraine. We hate the Gunses, but we support the Ukraine.
Guns are good in some ways. Guns help us stay safe in some ways. Guns wielded in the correct way at the correct time against the correct enemy is a good thing. Like the Nazis. Guns being spread about willy-nilly to any dumb fuck. Dumb fuck redneck with a chip on their shoulder about the uppity black people, the Negroes coming in, the brown people coming over the border, and they have a chip on their shoulder because, hey, they don't like them people. Them having access to any amount of guns they want, that is a bad thing. That's going to lead to a lot of death and destruction that is avoidable. But giving them a national military, guns, yeah, that is kind of the point of the guns that we produce.
Ranges. What a fucking idiot. Here's one for you.
And to deliver much needed humanitarian assistance as well as food, water, medicine, shelter, and other aid to Ukrainians displaced by Russia's war, and provide aid for those seeking refuge in other countries from Ukraine. It's also going to help schools and hospitals open. It's going to allow pensions and social support to be paid to the Ukrainian people so they have something in their pocket. It's also going to provide critical resources to address food shortages around the globe.
The direct translation for that is go fuck yourself, Ohio.
And you, voting Republican, is saying, go fuck yourself, Ohio. Go fuck yourself, Ukraine. Go fuck yourself, the world. I got mine. Fuck you for getting yours. Truth Social. Of course he is. Of course he is on Truth Social. Honestly, okay, to be fair, I think Trump would abso-fucking-lutely have gone down to East Palestine, Ohio before going to Ukraine. He would absolutely have gone there to campaign and to try and get it cleaned up. I actually think he's right there. But if the place that had the derailment had been... but he won't fix the underlying problem of the issue, which is underfunding of the railway system, underfunding, removal of regulations, with both he and Obama did, I believe. He won't reinstate any of that. He won't fix anything, actually. He will just make it look good, though. He will, do a little throw of the paper towels. But if that place with the derailment had happened in, say, a liberal town or a liberal county or a liberal state, Trump would never have gone there. Trump wouldn't have cared about funding it, cleaning it up at all. At all. And this guy would be laughing at it. He would be laughing. And also, I hate, oh God, this guy triggers me so fucking much. Just,
if they don't support Ukraine, you want
the way he talks. He talks like this, and it's like he cranks up the. Let's see. He cranks everything up just so he can talk like this. Just to make sure that you hear everything that he says, you know? And that means that he has to whisper everything or he'll overpower the microphone. Like, this is how he talks. Because he can't speak louder. Listen.
I don't know what's fucking ironic. Half of Ukraine don't.
Do you want to know what's fucking ironic? Half of Ukraine don't. That's too low. Learn how a mic fucking works. If you're gonna buy, I've said this before about him, but if you're gonna buy this expensive type of mic, you have to understand how to use it. God. Trump's prediction of arrest. Only 1,000 views. 1,500 views. Oh, and of course, the screaming liberal is making an appearance again. Of course. Let's listen.
Sorry to keep you waiting.
It's 5 minutes. Fuck that shit. I'm not going to listen to it in 5 minutes. Abolish the ATF.
I'm curious. Abolish the ATF.
7 minutes? What is this? Kyle Rittenhouse lawsuit. Police in the U.S.
Tyree Nichols.
And 5 minutes? What is this? If you're going to make these long videos,
it's time for some Russian
Make them YouTube videos at least.
You know, it would appear to me
that's at least 3 minutes.
President of the United States ever to be indicted. So no matter what happens next, we can be certain there is no coming back from this moment.
You guys are good. I step away from my house for 3 hours, put my phone on silent. I go to the movies, and you guys, you literally indict a former president
5 days ago
over something that is.
Okay. So it hasn't posted in 5 days. That's interesting. But yeah, so that's that's that guy. Let's listen to some of the others.
All right, TikTok Patriots, here we are. I'm in the middle of a move right now, moving to my new place, but Donald J. Trump has been indicted. This is it, everybody. This is the moment we've been waiting for. I think it's time that the Patriots come together on this, because this is now, to me, this is an act of war, okay? This is the first time in history that a president has been indicted. We know that these charges are false. Stormy Daniels has come out and said that she wants nothing to do with this. So this grand jury that...
Stormy Daniels... Oh, you know what? I shouldn't free scroll her page, probably. Oh, now it's too loud, isn't it? That's probably... that's better. That's better. I'm just gonna make sure that nothing bad is showing up here. Let's just see what she has to say, okay? March 26th. So end the debate once and for all. Is this real or not? Stormy Daniels. Okay, what did they say? To whom it may concern, over the past few weeks, I have been asked countless times to comment on the reports of an alleged sexual relationship I had with Donald Trump many years ago. The fact of the matter is that each party to this alleged affair denied its existence in 2006, 11, 16, and 17, and now again in 2018. I am not denying this affair because I was paid hush money, as has been reported in overseas owned tabloids. I am denying this affair because it never happened. Okay. This should have been my red flag in the moment. Why are Michael Cohen and Keith Davis always talking? I was then giving yet another statement to sign. I sat up to read it, The fact of the matter is that each blah, 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 blah. I was paid hush money. Blah, blah. I panic. I admit it. I panicked. I didn't know who the Gucci guy was. Was he the one threatening me? Did he have a gun? Did he have a gun? Even though I knew the statement was complete bullshit, I picked up the pen and signed my name. She was coerced into signing the document. But Tiny being on his third and cheating with me and many others is totally cool. Okay. I'm not seeing her backing down. I'm not seeing her distancing herself from anything here, though. So I think we can call it bullshit. What a strange world we live in. But here we are. See you all tonight. Someone down as host of OnlyFans Q&A. Okay, interesting. Too long, keep trying. So I can't see anything here of her not wanting... Okay, let's see. I've liked this. Oh, Marjorie. Bless your heart. In case you haven't noticed, Tiny has a horse fetish. He's not going to fuck you. Actually, he might. Carry on that. Get it, girl. Oops. Y'all keep saying cum dumpster like it's a bad thing. It's definitely more fun being under my sexy man instead of under arrest. That's true. Like I said, she's not distancing herself from this at all. So I do not know what you're talking about here.
Has indicted Trump. The statute of limitations were only for 2 years, I believe, or a year. It's been 20 years and now they're bringing up charges. We are in a police state. We are in a communist country. America is the CCP, if you want. In my eyes, it is. Donald J. Trump indicted, arrested. Here we go, guys. Buckle up, Patriots. It's time.
Like I'm interested to see where because there were 34 charges brought against him. It's going to be interesting to see them dance around all 34 charges. You know.
And just like that, the 2024 presidential election has been given to Mr. Donald J. Trump. Thank you to the Manhattan DA and Democrats for making this a possibility. We really, really appreciate your sacrifices.
She's not incorrect entirely. Trump versus DeSantis polling. Just give me a fucking graph. Why do they never give you graphs? I like graphs. Shows you over time. Like I know he has a lead now, but show me how it's been in the past too. Graph. Oh, I Google for graph, but they won't show me the graphs. Cool. No, okay. Let's just say there's been a great spike for Trump in the polls lately. So she's not incorrect in that he will have a easier time winning at least the primaries. The general, I don't think so. I do not think so at all.
You big dummies. Y'all indict Trump? Oh, man. That was the worst thing you could have just done. Because now not only have you set the stage, you are about to see chaos. And not only that, you just gave everybody a reason to love Trump even more. And open the people's eyes even more. That, oh man, are they screwed. Who would go do such a stupid thing? What a crazy day. You got an insurrection happening in Nashville because of the trans people. You got Biden up here laughing at
what he's calling an insurrection. Nashville trans protest. What he's calling an insurrection is just people protesting. They didn't try to stop anything. They didn't try to They didn't threaten to kill any officials. They were just there protesting. But in the future, all protests from leftists, or from non-fascists, I should say, is going to be labeled insurrection from these people. Mark my word. Every fucking protest.
At people because of the shooter, right? He didn't really care. I'm Biden. I'm stupid. Press secretary. I mentioned press secretary. You know what I mentioned in my last video. Then you go in and indict Trump. Y'all in big trouble. Because all I can say is bring the pain. Bring the pain.
What do I think's gonna happen? Oh, Trump's been indicted. Now I'm gonna vote for him even harder. Now I'm gonna do more voting crimes. Election fraud for the win. Like what's gonna happen? I don't think the general population, Trump popularity in the general election post indictment. Going over Republican rivals, let's go Trump versus Biden 2024. Okay, we're actually seeing some even, but we have more. DeSantis. That's not what I want to see. So DeSantis versus Biden in this poll gives DeSantis a big, but that's Rasmussen. I believe Rasmussen has a right-wing bent. So I don't know, maybe not 8%. But here Trump, Rasmussen again, maybe not 7%. But Biden, even, but that's with DeSantis. That's April 2nd. Yeah, that's okay. Polls ending yesterday have Trump up slightly. But keep in mind that Biden does not and has not campaigned at all. Whereas Trump is doing only campaigning. That's his entire thing. So I think once campaigning starts to ramp up, if Biden runs again and if he becomes the presidential nominee again, he's gonna start campaigning. That's gonna be make a difference, to say the least.
To jump in here and address this breaking news. There's a couple stories that came out, and I believe they are
okay. I saw this video, and I found it very. Listen to what he says. Try to listen to anything that he actually. What is his prescription? Listen after his prescription. What is he prescribing here?
To jump in here and address this breaking news. There's a couple stories that came out, and I believe they are all smokescreens. For one, breaking news: grand jury votes to indict Donald Trump in New York. Number two, Pope Francis has a respiratory infection and will need to spend a few days in hospital for 3, Biden says transgender Americans escape our nation's soul in an official proclamation. They want your fucking attention. Why do you think that is? Right now, they're throwing up a smokescreen to keep you distracted. World governments are pro-level at this type of psyop. And given my life experience, I think they want you looking this way so they can drop fucking bombs over here and no one's paying attention. Time's ticking down. Game the fuck on.
Okay. They're dropping smoke screens over here so they can bomb over here. And that's not how smoke screens works. Usually you want to drop a smoke screen here so they can bomb over here where you can't see them. All I have to do here is just turn my head and there's the bombs. Oh, I can see them. Why is there a smoke screen there? What are they hiding behind the smoke screen is my question. However, that's neither here nor there. This dude, first of all, appeal to authority. With my life experience, here's what I think they'll do. Who cares? You don't have. There are more people with more life experience than you have, buddy boy, and they do not agree with you. But that's a minor issue. The bigger issue is he never said what the bombs were. He's like, oh, they're dropping smoke screens here so they can bomb over here. But we're not going to let them. Game fucking on. What's the bombs being dropped then? What is a bigger news story? What are they hiding? Give me some. Don't just throw out there. So this is how conspiracies work. You describe something vague enough where the person can fill in the blanks with what they think is the most. So if you're pro-Russia, the smoke screens are put up to hide the Russian propaganda. Like that is, but that's if you're pro-Russian. If you're anti-Russian, the smoke screens are put up to hide the U.S. State Department propaganda. Like it's you just fill out the blanks yourself. He didn't say anything.
So we better pay. So Trump has been indicted.
Pay attention to what else is happening besides Trump being. Okay, this is going to be the same thing. This is going to be the exact same thing.
So Trump has been indicted. So we better pay attention to what's going on behind the scenes for a little while, because usually they dangle the carrot over here. So we'll see what they're doing when they're doing something else that's bigger over here.
Again, she said nothing. Let's listen to Trump Jr. He always delivers.
So guys, you still think
oh yeah, that crack cocaine is doing him wonders.
we have a equal system of justice? You don't think it's a two-tiered system?
Mr. Trump Jr. We on the left have always known it's a two-tier system. Well, first of all, black people. Let's talk about a two-tiered system. Men, especially black men, like they are fucked over in this. I'm not even calling it a two-tiered system, because if you're a rich black man, you'll still get away with shit. But if you're a poor black man, which most black people are, most black men are, I should say. Most black people aren't poor black men specifically. But most black people are poor, and half of those are men. And they get fucked over hard. But if you're rich, and if you're white, you know what? You'll get away with quite a lot of things. Quite a lot of shenanigans. What is it? Affluenza? Affluentia? Kid? Is that Ethan Couch? Is that his name? Yeah. Is an American who at age 16 killed 4 people while driving under the influence on June 15, 2013 in Burleson, Texas. Couch, while intoxicated and under influence of drugs, was driving on a restricted license and speeding in a residential area where he lost control of his vehicle, colliding with a group of people, assisting another driver with a disabled SUV. 4 people were killed in the collision and 9 people were injured. Do you know why he was let go, Mr. Trump? Mr. Trump Jr.? Because he was too rich to understand the consequences of his actions. He was too rich, and he had never been shown the consequences of his actions. Now, good luck using that defense if you're a poor black kid doing the exact same shit. Two-tiered system? Nah, that's too few tiers. That is too few tiers.
I guess you haven't been watching, folks.
No, I have been watching, which is why I know there's many more tiers than just 2.
Political weaponization of our government against its citizens and against political opposition and resistance. Oh. Come on.
First of all, cringe. Second of all, interesting. Interesting. Why would you have a political opposition to your father behind bars?
It's like we've never seen before. This is the kind of stuff that would make Mao, Stalin, Pol Pot, and other sociopaths blush. And it's happening right here in America. The America you know and love is gone. And it's why we need to fight to bring her back. It ain't gonna happen unless you have people who are actual fighters in there. And I think we see that. The witch hunts will continue, the weaponization will continue, and it will never end until we say enough is enough.
And that is what people are saying right now against your father.
They just helped President Trump. They just made sure that he will be re-elected in 2024. Because if they think this
2024 landslide victory confirmed.
BS is going to stop us from supporting...
I love people making political predictions 2 years in advance. 1.5 years, I guess. In advance of the election. They have no idea how much shit could happen before that. They have no idea.
Him, they got another thing coming. If you think this BS is going to stop us from standing in line and voting for President Trump and making sure that he will be the next president of these United States of America.
America!
You got another thing coming because we will vote for him again.
Again. And then we saw this guy earlier. Well, already. Oof. Okay, that's what Chud watch. That was a necessary palate cleanser from the Ukrainian-Russian shiz going on. Oh God, there's so much happening. I was actually planning on doing this in the previous stream, but I didn't get to it. Mostly because I was so bored by everything else that I assumed this would also be boring. I don't know if that was me being me, or if it was actually just the videos I watched that were boring and I couldn't really stomach it. So I just stopped, you know. If I'm not here's my philosophy. If I'm not having fun, if I'm not being entertained myself, then my assumption is that you're not being entertained either. And if you're not being entertained, then why the fuck would you keep watching? For me, it's better to cut a stream short than to just keep going with a bad show, you know? That's just, to me, that's more just logical. So, anyway, at the end of March, Chaya Raichik from Libs of TikTok fame went to Cleveland Park Library in DC to do a book reading. And she was greeted with some LGBTQ plus books and art, you know? And I think that's a good thing. This is a great way to protest. She has her First Amendment rights. I don't know why she was invited there specifically, but I think this is a good way for the workers, at least, to protest her. If they have the autonomy to do this, then they should go forth and do it, for sure. And Amanda Traphouse, I don't know if that's her legal name or not, but good morning from the Cleveland Park Library in DC, where Pusebic lives of TikTok, Kirk Cameron as well. Oh my God, everyone's favorite. And Sean Spicer will be doing a children's story hour in about 15 minutes. You know what? I'm gonna go grab some water. Give me a minute. I count 15 children and one sullen teenager. We are waiting on a lot of people who are looking for a place to park before we start. Kids are being asked who their favorite founding father is. I am bad at guessing kids' ages, but I feel like I didn't have a favorite founding father when I was as tiny as these kids are. Pusebic says his book is about ice cream. So he's asking the kids what their favorite ice creams are. Far more normal question than favorite founding father, in my opinion. Yeah, like asking a kid, who's your favorite founding father? Who's your favorite political figure? Who cares? Who the fuck actually cares? Even as an adult, who the fuck cares? That's not important. Like, it can reveal something about you. There was a founding father who wanted the president to become like a king. Founding father wanted a king. Shut up. Never mind. It's not important actually, but I mean it's like one of the founders wanted a king. So, I mean, if you have him as your favorite, yeah, maybe you should reevaluate yourself. But most people are gonna say like Washington, probably. You know, I don't know. In Pusebic's book, animals are being tempted to come to an island with the promise of free ice cream. That sounds lovely. Though it does sound a little like a man in a truck going, "Here, you want some ice cream, kids? I have all the ice cream inside this truck. Just enter the truck." Except the wolves and communists are the ones offering the free ice cream, and all the animals who show up for ice cream go to jail. That's strange. Kirk Cameron is about to read his book. Stay tuned. There's a capybara, but his book is mostly about a tree that is growing, okay?
Some flowers and some hearts over his head. I think I know why he's nervous. I think he's telling that girl that he loves her. And he's wondering if she loves him too. Love's risky business, but it's always worth it.
Interesting. The wolves are taking over and trying to destroy the tree. Or we just jumping now? As you grow, you will know sorrow. What? Now all the animals have come together to help fix the tree. Earlier, Kirk said something to the effect of, when you grow up, you can become something bigger than yourself. So come together as a community and help each other. But don't give out any fucking free ice cream. That is an awesome contradiction. You need to help each other by not doing anything for each other. That is the important part. You need to support each other by not helping each other. Kind of. Kirk is asking the kids if anything bad or sad has happened to them. And then bizarrely asked one girl, what bad thing oh my god, don't do that. Please. Never ask the kids specifics unless you know it's kind of a safe answer. Like, you look at the parent and they go, and you go, I hope you'll get over it and move on. Now Kirk Cameron is telling the kids there would be more people here, but probably they were afraid of the non-existent protesters. This is so sad. This is really, really sad. Like, they really thought that people were going to come out for this. The people who are fans of them are childless incels. They don't have kids. They don't have a family. They don't have a girlfriend. Their girlfriend is called Lefty, okay? That's all it is. Once in a while, the stranger comes to town. That's when you sit on your hand until he falls asleep and you jerk off and it feels like someone else is doing it, you know? That is the closest they're going to get to any female touch. The people who are fans of them do not have kids. Period. After a long-winded talk about faith and liberty, etc., as values, Kirk asks how many kids thinks we need to go get back to these old values in America. They are kids. Leave the kids alone, please, Kirk. Chaya's book is next. In this one, the teacher is secretly a wolf who tells the student to eat candy all the time. He promises his classroom is a safe space and says he won't tell their parents and that they shouldn't either. Here's Chaya reading her book.
Here, I saved you a cupcake.
Okay, this is really low.
We saved Rose a cupcake because he realized she didn't have any cupcakes at recess. Rose felt funny. Something didn't feel right. She said, I don't think my parents would want me to have so much cake. Maybe I can take the cupcake home and ask them? That's very reasonable, right? She'll take the cupcake home and then she'll ask her mom and dad if she can eat it because she already had so much candy. No, howls Mr. Woolley. You're old enough to make your own decisions.
Then you should be letting her make a decision.
She has the charisma of a wet blanket. Seeing some confusion, these books are all through the same publisher. Yeah, I like the wolves coming here. I'm guessing these people have not only the same publisher, but this publisher sought them and said, we want to do a book series. You write one book, Kirk Cameron writes one book, Pusebic writes one book, and Sean Spicer writes another book. And then you can release them at the same time, and it's like, if they read it, they'll see some parallels with the animals and yada yada yada. You know, I think that's the idea here. And presumably the same ghostwriter, yeah, and exists in the same world. Sean Spicer is up. His book is about smackball. This little universe's version of baseball. Anyway, he's asking the kids if they know what YouTube is. Spicer is now talking about how he once dressed up as the Easter Bunny. Okay. This is incoherent. Interesting. And again, the volume.
Didn't you say? Remember who said what kind of bat did he use? Didn't you say he used? That's right. He used that tree, and they're claiming that he didn't hit the ball. That he did what with it?
He shot it.
He shot it. And if he did that, then he would have been. That's right. Because that, huh?
No, he might have.
He might have, but we watched it. We saw him hit that ball. Remember who said what
What? Sean Spicer is saying that if someone is a good person and means well, let's not jump to conclusion about them or be mean to them. Wow, this is uncomfortably transparent. Kirk Cameron is closing us out. He says we're at a tipping point. We're on the cusp of a revival, and we need to be off and off the defense and onto the offense. And now he's closing us out with a prayer. I have a Substack, blah, blah, blah. Welcome to a conservative story to our kids. Is there more video there? I want to know. Nope. Okay. Oh, yeah, that's as incoherent as I assumed it was going to be. Oh, my God. And speaking of incoherent, I'm just blazing through these videos. I'm just trying to keep up. I don't know where the spark is going to hit at the moment. Apparently, though, when we speak of conservatives, we inevitably get to conservative humor, which is incoherent, boring, stale, repeated ad nauseum. And we always land on the Babylon Bee. Now, apparently, this guy who's gonna pretend to be a Cuban isn't actually a Cuban. I'm gonna guess he's Mexican, or of Mexican descent, I should say. To Bernie supporter, this is a documentary. Let's see what they do. Well, let's see what they say. I've heard this is quite funny. That's what I've heard. I haven't seen it. I've only read what people have written about it. But it's supposed to be quite funny and quite incoherent.
Hey, I'm Brett. He, him.
Hola.
Oh.
Right off the bat. Okay. I wouldn't. I'm not going to deny there are probably some people who actually talk this way. Who just walks up to a stranger and goes, "Hi, I'm Brett." He, him. Mm-hmm. And just assumes that that's how people talk in the world, you know, and that's what people do. What's your pronouns? Like, nobody does that. Don't do that. It's not a good look. Maybe in the future we will do that. Maybe. Or maybe we won't. I don't know. At the moment, though, it's not a good look if you do. But I don't think that's a common thing.
Hola? Yeah, that's cultural appropriation. That ain't it, Chief.
Really? Isn't Chief cultural appropriation too? And secondly, I'm from Cuba.
That's awesome. I love your sandwiches. You know, it is pretty sad that those Cubans don't really appreciate the great social programs they've got. Am I right, Chief? I mean, person, Cuba, person.
Great social programs? What?
Oh, like they're trying so hard with being the annoying liberal lefty, being the kiddie socialist who walks up to people and tries to spread the good word of Che Guevara, you know. There are issues with Cuba. The biggest issue is the Cuban embargo that the U.S. has in place. The second issue that Cuba has is that they don't have free and fair elections. One of the issues they don't have is healthcare.
What are you talking about?
Well, you know, like take healthcare, for instance.
Yes, we had healthcare, but it mostly consists of us rubbing dirt in our wounds. But my grandmother was able to build this pretty cool wheelchair out of an old washing machine.
You must be mistaken. I learned all about Cuba's excellent social programs in college.
Is that right? How long have you been in college?
Half a semester. So yeah, I'm...
Yeah. Cuba healthcare in Cuba. The Cuban government operates a national health service system and assumes fiscal and administrative responsibilities for the healthcare of all its citizens. All healthcare in Cuba is free to Cuban residents, Should be free to everyone, though. There are no private hospitals or clinics as all health services are government run. The public health ministers, blah, blah, blah. Like the rest of the Cuban economy, Cuban medical care suffered following the end of Soviet subsidies in 1991. The United States embargo against Cuba also has an effect. Post-Soviet Union. In 2007, Cuba announced that it has undertaken computerizing. In 2007, goddamn, and creating national networks in blood banks, nephrology is the subspecialty of internal medicine that focuses on the diagnosis and treatment of diseases of the kidney. Okay, and medical images. Cuba is the second country in the world with such a product, only preceded by France. Cuba is preparing a computerized health register, hospital management system, primary health care, academic affairs, medical genetic projects, neuroscience, and educational software. The aim is to maintain quality health service free for all the Cuban people, increase exchange among experts, and boost research development projects. An important link in wiring process is to guarantee access to Cuba's data transmission network and health website to all units and workers in the national system. It is life expectancy. Everyone's gone down there. Life expectancy US. 77 versus Cuba. Let's do that. Americans can now expect to live 3 years less than Cubans. Oops. Like Cuba and the US has been neck and neck right up until 2021, it seems. But this doesn't have data for Cuba, but 2020, they went down before Cuba did. And Cuba does not have privatized healthcare at all. It's almost like privatized healthcare does nothing except siphon you from your wallet.
I'm pretty much an expert on socialism. In fact, I'm inviting people to the meeting my group is.
Like this is like I said, suck. Like I said, this is a parody on the annoying baby socialist. You know, socialist's first step.
Having socialists undermining capitalist knowledge.
Tell me what else you've learned in college about my country, Mr. Expert.
Bernie Sanders taught me that Cuba has great literacy programs.
Yeah, we used to have to write, I will obey Fidel Castro.
Cuban literacy. Can we get a graph on that? It went from revolution. When was that? 1953. So around here, it flattened out, and then the 60s, bam, almost 100%, and then it slowly ticked up until it reached 100%. U.S. literacy. Literacy around the world. I want to see. Give me that graph. Literacy rates. Okay, so not almost everyone has gone up to 100% now. Can I get you? Oh, Russia. Damn, Russia. That's a spike. I'm not getting Russia. U.S. literacy. That's interesting. Can I? Is it impossible to get U.S. literacy rates? Oh, damn. Not even at 100%. Top 10 U.S. literacy rate statistic. Nationwide, the average On average, 79% of US adults are literate in 2022. 21% of adults in the US are illiterate. They're not even at 100%. That is embarrassing.
100 times every morning.
Also, Bernie
No, you didn't.
told me that the poor rose up and they stole the means.
So, a good joke here, or the structure of this skit would be that the Cuban is telling facts, while the baby socialist is just spewing propaganda from socialism. You know, that should be the joke, but they're not doing that because they're not smart enough.
Of production from the ugly rich people. That sounds amazing.
We didn't own anything with regards to production. But what we did have, we had a 20-year-old anemic donkey named Gus. I do miss Gus, but he was delicious.
Okay, by the way, how did you end up in this dystopian capitalist country anyway? We've got it really rough here.
Hey, did you order the orange mocha frappuccino?
Oh, yeah, that's me.
Okay.
Why did he linger? What? Why? The joke was done. Why did he linger? He could have said, "Oh, hey, George, whatever this Cuban's name is he bothering you or anything?" But no, he just lingers.
I hate when they look at you like they expect a tip. Anyway, yeah, how
he expected a tip.
did you end up in this terrible
Wait. Okay.
place?
We escaped on a raft made out of a mattress and inflated surgical glove.
You mean to tell me that you came to America on purpose?
No, not on a porpoise, on a raft.
I don't understand how somebody could flee Cuban paradise and come to this.
Nobody believes that Cuba is a fucking paradise. Come the fuck on. Like
oppressive, totalitarian hellscape.
I can tell you, we didn't have any of those in Cuba. That I can guarantee you.
Yeah, because when you came here, nobody had those.
What, you mean that in Cuba you guys only have like iPhone 12s? No, don't tell me. iPhone 11s? No, that can't be right.
You young people don't have any idea what socialism is like.
My ride's here. Yeah, Mom. Yes, I'll be there in a second. Gosh, I'm gonna be late to the Antifa protest.
That sound effect. Well, I have to say, commend the Babylon Bee for one thing though. They have a new joke. That is amazing. They have a new joke, guys. Awesome. If only they had delivered it a little. Like the bare bones of it kind of have something, but yeah, oh right. The actual jokes were bad because we didn't have the iPhone, we didn't have smartphone. Yeah, of course you didn't. You didn't come if he's not a Cuban. He never came here. They should have actually had someone genuine Cuban, because they can find genuine Cubans who escaped. But then the jokes wouldn't land because they wouldn't say, "Oh, wouldn't have those," because they won't be propagandists. They will actually recognize that nobody had those back then, so he couldn't have had one of those. I don't know. Speaking of earlier, I must have misplaced this and then forgotten. Grayson reporter Jeremy Lofredo visits a location where the ICC says Ukrainian children are being kidnapped to, and he claims it's actually a musical summer camp vacation and the kids don't want to leave. It's just...
You actually interviewed students as well in the camp. What would you say their mood was about being there, about going back home? And one of the primary complaints or allegations in the Yale HRL report transmitted through the ICCs that these children are basically being brainwashed, Russified. Patriotic education's imposed on them. Did you see any of that?
No, I didn't see any of that. And, if we just look at, maybe picture this happening, something like this in America, you have, economically underprivileged people who live, maybe a few hours outside of New York City, and, they get an all-exclusive, all expenses paid trip into New York City to practice their passion for 2 weeks. Everything's paid for, and back home they were, living under the threat of dying and being bombarded by bombs. And now they're safe in a city, doing what they love with kids who are similar to them, and they didn't want to leave. They don't want to go home back to the war zone. They want to stay. This was essentially a vacation for them. They didn't even think of it as like something that was political. They were like, we are being allowed this trip to get taught music by professional teachers, and it was a privilege for everyone.
Okay, I wanted to listen to the entire video before I said anything. We as we watched the video earlier, first of all, them just being there is a form of propagandizing towards them. Period. You can't remove the context of them being in Russia from their home country being invaded by Russia. You can't just remove those two things. Secondly, the teacher that he interviewed was Dugin's a friend of Dugin, Putin's close ally, Putin's ideological guide, so he is not a nobody. He is a propagandist, period. So he probably drilled into the kids what they were allowed to say and not say quite hard. We also, what else did he say? They didn't want, like if you lived a few hours out of New York and you had a few weeks in New York to learn culture and music and stuff like that, that is not the same, and not even close to the same. A similarity would be, let's say Mexico. No, that's a bad analogy. No, you know what? That might actually be a good analogy. Let's say Mexico invaded Texas, invaded Arizona. Are those close to each other? Are they near each other or next to each other? I don't actually know. They might not be. Texas and New Mexico. There we go. A better analogy would be Mexico invades Texas and New Mexico, and they force people in Texas and New Mexico to vote to secede from the Union. And then they take American children into Mexico for a cultural program where they're taught to sing and play Mexican music, Mexican propaganda music, state-sanctioned music. And you're then going to look at them and say, oh, they're not doing anything. It's just a cultural program. What are you talking about? Of course it's not just a cultural program. Of course it's more. You are propagandist buffoons of the highest order. Let's remove that. Let's not do that. Maybe do that. But I might not have time. Okay. Everyone's favorite
Andrew
MAGA,
Tate
shut up. MAGA communist, Jackson Hinkle. The most incoherent person in American politics to this day, claims to be a communist, but also supports MAGA. Also supports Donald Trump. And apparently also supports Andrew Tate. And he has a girlfriend who is Russian. To be specific, it's Russia's... what's it called? Jackson Hinkle girlfriend? I misspelled that. Oh, his ex-girlfriend dates Jonah Hill. That's his ex, Sarah Bradley. Talk about a fucking glow up. But I would be so interested. Like, Jonah Hill is he's mainstream. He's just a wholesome mainstream actor, you know? And now he's aware of Jackson Hinkle. And he has inside scoop. The crossover between the most online people and mainstream entertainment, that is something I didn't expect in a long time. However, no, that's not what I see. Jackson into Russia. Is that it? Miss Russia. Miss Russia. Miss Universe local winner in America versus Miss Universe Russia. We have completely lost the plot. And that is his girlfriend, apparently. Which, to be fair, if I'm going to get honeypotted by Russia, I would love it to be with Miss Russia. But it's so funny that he... when was this posted? It's not going to tell me when it was posted? 1/11, is that the date? So November? Nope. And it's just... I hate these reactions. I hate them so much. But okay. So he has Andrew Tate hater BTFO. Let's watch.
Andrew Tate is being arrested because he opposes the U.S. warmongering state and he stands for Putin.
That is not why he's being arrested at all. Though I'll take it. It's so cringe. It's so
What are your
cringe.
thoughts on Andrew Tate?
My ex used to listen to him.
Is that why he's now your ex? So what happened between you two?
Just wasn't the vibe. Just wasn't the vibe.
That's a short answer. What's the long answer?
Men ain't shit.
So why do you think Andrew Tate's a bad man?
Because he's a misogynist.
Wait a minute.
Men ain't shit.
Boomer. And also, that ain't misandrist. That is just... She's just making a quip. Unlike Andrew Tate, who's like, oh, I love it when you resist. Oh, I want to rape you. Oh. Like, he's really like creepy psychopathic. And this...
What did he say that's misogynist?
I honestly don't know.
Suck. Yeah. And we don't suck. We're powerful people.
I don't think he's ever said that.
He was talking about women's
Oh, Jackson.
boobs one time, and I thought that was really interesting.
What the fuck is going on with...
Like, this is the video. Okay. I present you this just to present you with who Jackson Hinkle is. Zelensky claims counteroffensive impossible 3 days ago. Let's see what he has to say. And after this video, I am off. And I'll be off until next week. I'm gonna try to stream Monday next week, Monday or Tuesday next week. I'm gonna try and stream. We'll see. I won't do any promises, but I'm gonna try Monday or Tuesday. Okay.
The military forces of Ukraine are not yet ready for a counteroffensive in the eastern direction. This was stated by the president of Ukraine, Volodymyr Zelensky. Quote, "We can't start the counteroffensive yet. Without tanks, artillery, and U.S. multiple launch rocket systems, HIMARS, we cannot send our soldiers to the front lines," the Ukrainian leader said. For quite some time,
He has 224K subscribers. Why does he have such a shit camera that only goes to 720p? Why?
heard talks of a Ukrainian counter-offensive that would cut off Russia from their land bridge to Crimea, which they have established by way of this special military operation in Ukraine.
Oh, he still calls it a special military operation. That is so cringe. That is cringe. That is unironically really, really cringe. Still calling it that, despite it being a full-on invasion now even. Despite Russia dropping that, you're still calling it that? Oof.
Ukraine. This is something that the West is very supportive of Ukraine embarking on, though Ukraine have established by way of this special military operation.
Why is he so low?
Counter-offensive that would cut off Russia from their land bridge to Crimea, which they have established by way of this special military operation in Ukraine. This is something that the West is very supportive of Ukraine embarking on, though Ukraine has decided that they're not ready. More on that momentarily, but the real question is, why not negotiate peace? Why not negotiate peace in the Minsk Accords, the Minsk II?
Ukraine has a very, very specific condition for peace. Russia, get the fuck out of here. Get out of here. I'm walking here.
Accords, the Turkey.
Russia, on the other hand, is like, just let us rule over you. If you promise to give up all your weapons, if you promise that you will not join the EU or NATO, if you promise that we get to keep all the land we've taken, we can have peace. We can have peace. Why would Ukraine approve of that? Oh, we're just going to give up our sovereignty, our autonomy. And then we can have peace. And then we can have peace, of course.
Negotiations, the Israeli negotiations, the Chinese negotiations. There's been 5 different substantive efforts of negotiations by way of the Russians and third-party states long before this war even began, all of which have been denied, refused, or rebuked by the Western officials and Ukraine. Okay, now it appears as though Ukraine is having problems with...
What would the Western officials do? What do you mean denied by them? They don't have a say in that.
These Chinese peace proposals. A 12-point plan was put forward by Chinese officials just about a week and a half ago. Russians seem to like the peace proposal.
China 12-point peace plan Ukraine. Minister of Foreign Affairs of the People's Republic of China. Respecting the sovereignty of all countries. Yo, Screen Dreamer, you're coming in on the end of my stream. This is the last thing I'll do before I'm off. And I'm off for the entire weekend, so you won't see me until next week. The Chinese position on political settlement of the Ukrainian crisis. If you have spring weather, you should enjoy it, especially considering how far north you are. I've had spring spring weather all week here. Actually, like it's been going on 5 days now. So I'm going down south to my parents. So I'll have even more spring this entire weekend. I can't believe it. I'm so looking forward to that. Anyway, respecting all sovereignties of all countries, abandoning the Cold War mentality, ceasing hostilities, resuming peace talks, resolving the humanitarian crisis, protecting civilians and prisoners of war, keeping nuclear power plants safe. This seems to be quite a lot of Russia, what the fuck are you doing kind of things. Reducing strategic risks, facilitating grain exports, that is, Ukraine exports a lot of grain. Facilitating grain exports, stopping unilateral sanctions, keeping industrial and supply chains stable, promoting post-conflict reconstruction. Nothing here, though, about unless human rights and international law, including the purposes and principles of the United Nations Charter, must be strictly observed. The sovereignty, independence, and territorial integrity of all countries must be effectively upheld. All countries, big or small, strong or weak, rich or poor, are equal members of the international community. All parties should jointly uphold the basic norms governing international relations and defend international fairness and justice. Equal and uniform application of international law should be promoted, while double standards must be rejected. Nothing here about Russia actually exiting Ukraine, though. And I think the reason for that is that China wants to be able to take over Taiwan. I will do a celebration stream. Of course I'll do a celebration stream. It won't be a 24-hour stream at all. Don't get me wrong. But I will do some form of celebration. I'll have a party hat and some party poppers. That's going to be my celebration. My girlfriend has said that I must tell her when it happens so she can celebrate with me. Yeah, I will do some form of celebration for sure. A year from I don't like it. Okay, before I'm off. I think because I have. Okay, fuck you. I don't want to listen to you. Let's skip that. I'm gonna talk a bit about my channel. Okay, I talked earlier in the stream about it, but I talked to myself mostly, so I'm gonna repeat some of the things here. There we go. So when I started this channel, I waited until after the Swedish election because I didn't want too much attention too early on. And doing a commentary on the Swedish election right before the election, I might have had an influx in viewers, but too early on, before I was comfortable in front of the camera. So I waited strategically until after the election. And then after the election, I strategically also said, I will not stream if I do not feel like it, period. On the one hand, because I have ADHD, and if I don't feel like it, I probably won't do it. And if I don't do it, but I feel like I have to do it because I've said I will do it, I'm gonna procrastinate the entire day and do nothing instead. That is the issue with my condition. So instead, I said I'll just do it when I feel like it, period. And if I don't feel like it, I just won't do it. It's fine. I'm not gonna hang my entire future on this channel because that's stupid. And that's why it's been sporadic. But starting this year, like I've seen some trends in my channel. I've analyzed a little bit of my channel's history and my channel's growth and stuff like that. And that is why in the last 28 days, I've had 15 new subscribers. Now, why? And I could see that coming. That was not a surprise to me that I saw an uptick in subscribers. No, okay. If I go like this, and we go here. So, here, I believe we have Anna Kasparian. Yeah, we have the Anna Kasparian video, which did really well. And I think most of these people came from that. And that gave me, if I can, there were 15 subscribers just that one day. I'll be happy to help out in any way I can moving forward. It's fine. You're doing more than well if you just watch me. I'm super happy with that. You cannot imagine how much easier it is to stream when you have live viewers. That is, I cannot imagine streaming to a crowd of nobody. But yeah, so I can see here, and you can see here, I released 3 videos here, but I get a minus tick, and just a few videos here, and I get an uptick, and then here I get some upticks, but also minus. But then here you can see 3 new subscribers. 3 new subscribers. It's starting to grow in subscriber count. And the reason for that is the type of content I've put out, the type of my personality coming into its own a little bit, how I speak and stuff like that. Everything is just coming to its own now. And I feel like it's not as much of I won't call it a burden. It was never a burden to stream. Yes, you were Scream Dream. You were one of the first, and I will forever remember that. You too, Blaze. Your worldview is teaching me a lot. You know what? I am learning a lot by streaming. That is all. That is one of the secrets. People sometimes, how do you know so much? I just speak about things I know. If someone is speaking about drumming, or something, I know nothing about drumming, but I can quite easily connect the dots from drumming into rapping. I can actually connect the dot there. I can see, or if someone talks about rapping in general, and I can connect the dots to guitar solos. I can. So I, even if I don't understand or know what you're specifically talking about, I can connect the dot to something I know and can talk about. And that's one of the secrets of having ADHD. But also, I learn by speaking. I learn by having a conversation better than just reading. Though I am getting better at reading. But yeah, so I've seen the trends of my channel, and I have analyzed it a bit, and I predicted the rise in subscribers this week. So I feel like I am in a good place where I can start to stream more regularly, which I promised a few weeks ago, but then something happened. There's always going to be excuses for me, okay? That's always going to happen until I have a bigger place where I can have a streaming room. And so I think if I start producing more content that I am happy with and just put up more videos in general, I will see an uptick in subscribers. And God damn it, I want 1,000 subscribers before this summer. That is my goal. Before the summer is over, I'm gonna have 1,000 subscribers. That is my goal. I have. What happened to that? I have collaborated once I did some reading. Like I was the voice of some chuds. But I don't know what happened to it. No, nothing is out yet. But I'll talk about it when it's out. I knew it was going to be delayed. It was supposed to be out already a few weeks ago, but it became delayed for some reason, and I was informed by it or of the delay. So no worries there. But once the video is out, I'll talk about it. So I have already collaborated, but I don't know what type of collaboration I might be doing. I would like to do some game streaming maybe in the future, but I don't want game streaming to be my thing. So I'm waiting until I have more subscribers, where a subset of the subscribers might enjoy that. But at the moment, I'm trying to do more of React content, political content, and stuff like that instead. And we can see down the road if we can't expand into other content as well. My 1,000. Here's a secret of me. I have a very, very strong cringe reaction. I have such a strong cringe reaction that I haven't watched Borat since it came out. I haven't. Sacha Baron Cohen is a fucking genius, comedic genius, but I can't watch his content. I cringe so much that I'm in pain. I tried to watch Who's America when it came out a few years ago. I just couldn't watch it. I was in pain, physical agony. So I'm thinking, for 1,000 subscriber celebration, which is gonna come this summer. No, I can watch The Office. I can't watch The British Office. That is too much cringe. But I can watch The American Office because it's got more of a knowing twinge, a bit of a. It knows what it's doing, unlike The British Office, where like they're just being full on cringe, every fucking one of them. The American, I haven't watched Succession. Is it cringe? Like, is it does it revel in cringe? Oh, I want to watch it though. Like I was planning on watching it. Damn, maybe I can't. But I'm gonna have to give it a try. Maybe I can. Like I said, American cringe is usually less. Brits, on the other hand, they know their cringe. They know how to do it. Okay. I've planned on watching Succession. I know it's pretty much about the Trump family. I know it's not about the Trump family, but it's about that type of dynamic of that type of a family. So I can imagine it being actually quite cringe. But yeah, no, I haven't watched it yet, but I'm planning on. But I might not be able to finish it. But okay, so my plan is for my 1,000 subscriber celebration, I'm gonna do a cringe reacts session. I want every viewer to just send me the cringiest video, and I'm gonna drink for every time I have to pause. And did I save that? I hope I saved that. No, didn't I? Oh, maybe it's there. Notion. There we go. Like, I saw one video that just that made me like, that's a thing for me. That's what I'm gonna do. Got it. Let's see if I can find it. And the thing that really gets to me in it is, nope. Nope. It's not there. I might still be able to find it. So, this is the video, and I had to pause it. Like, I really had to pause this video because, and I'm like, okay, every time I pause, I have to drink. Period. That's a good segment.
Het enige wat me altijd ontzettend irriteert op een festival zijn de lange wachtrijen bij de wc. Op dit moment kunnen we erin, dus ik ga even checken hoe schoon ze hier zijn.
I'm guessing this is Dutch. It doesn't sound German, but it has the sound, so I'm guessing it's Dutch.
Volgens mij is dit het mannengedeelte. Nee, je zou bijna denken dat je gewoon een biertje eruit kan scheppen. Flinke schuimkraag. Oh. Een beetje.
Why is his hand down there? Why?
This isn't a urinal, is it?
I think it is, man.
Oh, he thought it was a... Oh. I'm gonna do it.
Fresh.
Wow. Wow. Oké, even serieus. Mag ik heel even wat vragen? Even voor de record. Is dit een pisbak?
Ja.
Pisbak.
En serieus, wat hebben wij net gefilmd?
Vind ik een beetje raar.
I feel so bad for that guy.
Ik ben heel even sprakeloos. De beste man was zijn handen aan het wassen in een pisbak.
So that video, the first time I saw it, I couldn't watch it. I had to just... I had to stop immediately. So I think if sufficiently cringe videos is gonna make me have physical pain, and that's gonna be a fun segment to celebrate my 1,000 subscribers. But yes, I will do a 100 subscriber celebration as well. But yeah, you'll see. Hopefully, I unless I am riding high on my own copium at the moment, you will see more of more activity from this channel. Please tell me if honestly, please tell me if what I'm doing isn't working, or what I'm doing is boring, or it's not appealing to you anymore, or whatever. I want to know that. I want to become better. But yeah, that's it for today. Like I said, I won't be streaming until Monday or Tuesday, depending on a few factors, I'm guessing, depending on my mental state. Because I'm going away to meet my parents, and I might just need a whole day to just decompress after that. Meeting my parents can be quite taxing on my mental state. But yeah, so hopefully by the latest Tuesday, but probably Monday. And I'll see you guys then, okay? Take care, bye-bye. I love you all, and yeah, take care.